All right, it's a little bit more setup, this dual chat thing. Probably should handle that, but God, how many video feeds am I gonna have on this computer running simultaneously? You for the computer knowledge, stayed for the water bubbles, yeah. How's it going, Mahalo? All right, let's get the computer over here. I got problems, possibly venturi problems. We gotta discover what they are. Do a little Fusion 360 today. We do some Fusion here. The dog is asleep in the couch that's around the corner. I probably should just put a camera over there. I don't think I can reach it. Yeah. Computer. So this thing has been running just fine for, I think, 24 hours. That's nice. Oh, I gotta calibrate all my cameras. Calibrate the cameras, and also the extra light isn't turning on. Let's double check that. Go over to my camera here. Oh wow, I haven't calibrated any of the cameras. I look a little strange. I feel kind of funny. Yeah, that light's not turning on. All right, let's calibrate. So I have these procedures programmed into the Stream Deck. We do this one, and then it pauses. It does a different brightness, and then it comes back, looking good. Hey, I gotta get a haircut. Burn the subs is not looking at anything in particular, so I guess just the sunbeam that's going to just vaporize anything that it hits. So we'll just leave it like that. That is the microscope. I think that one was okay. This one typically survives settings, changes, and reboots. And the final one is the arm. That should not autofocus when it's done. No autofocus? Yeah, but it does do auto brightness. All right, so now I'm gonna unplug this thing and plug it back in. These Tasmota plugs just go wrong sometimes. They're all on static IPs, but they just like, I don't know, they just have like problems sometimes. Well, that should have turned on. There it goes. We need to, God, there's so many things. It's like, I have this constant tabulation of projects that I've never been able to get to. And one of them is not all that complicated, but it is something that people haven't done before. These Good Video Maker lights, which, by the way, I saw some of these on Tiger King. These Good Video Maker lights use an ESP8266. And so it boots up, and it communicates with the Good Video Maker what is it, microcontroller that controls the lights and the temperature of the lights. There's an ESP8266 that just TX and RX communicates with the GVM light. So we can take an ESP or reprogram the one that's already there and make this light the Tasmota device instead of me having a little plug-in thing back there. And that's not a difficult problem. We've already done the reverse engineering of the signals. It's in my notebook somewhere. I did physical notes on that. I think I did a write-up for Leb, and I think that's sitting somewhere in a drive you could find. Because we know exactly what that serial signal looks like and what it does and how it functions. So I need to program, I guess, a custom script in a Tasmota light, and then we can have the Good Video Maker light just work. And I've got a couple of these. I've got 3 of these that I would love to get independent on the network. And that way, again, just like most of my production stuff, all the settings are will then be captured in Node-RED. So Node-RED will be the master file of settings. That'll go bad, and then I lose it all. Then I lose my mind, as well as my production quality. So look at the boo bells that I got here. We'll talk about them when we start, but these boo bells keep coming back. I don't know why. We'll try to run a static test of this when we start. But I'm thinking it's probably something over here, venturiing in. I know people have quoted weird problems with radiators having holes in them, and that kind of concerns me because there's no way I'd be able to diagnose that. I mean, maybe we can put the syringe on this. Like when I fill it up with water, we could put the syringe on this fitting, the big guy, the turkey baster, and then I can force a little bit of air through. Not air, force water pressure, and then we can look to see if there's any moisture anywhere. That's all I got, though. That's all I know to do. The other thing that we need to do today, of course, is to design. I should boot up Fusion, actually. I should boot up Fusion 360 before we get started here. Bonk. Let's do a little bit. We'll do a little bit of Fusion here. Bonk. Background. Those are my audio filters for the lavalier microphone. Lavender mic. Autodesk seems to wait for the program. Autodesk seems to think that you will always use it with the full monitor. Annoying. Actually, this taskbar should go here. I got to get used to that now. I'm going to add a third monitor to this setup. Do you have a brake? Yeah, I do have a brake leader. I have used that in the past to vet out water cooling. Because, yeah, then you can hit it with constant pressure. These are production things that I should have done years ago. And I'm looking at my old videos as I upload them. And I'm like, man, why didn't I do this stuff? Like, not looking like a total dumpy mess during streams and getting this to fit on camera. I'm glad we went to a 3-window system here, because before my monitor, my personal monitor, was huge. And I'm not good looking. Like, I'm not pretty. So I shouldn't be so prominent on the screen. Hey, what's up, Copper? I should have done like a Rabaz and never showed my face, so I would have a little bit of mystery behind who I am. Then again, you freaks figured out my birthday to the month based on the references that I made, which is insane. We got to update. We're updating Fusion before we start. Yeah, I think I can create enough pressure just with the big syringe. Let me get the big syringe. And hopefully that'll uncover something. Oh, that's where that screwdriver went. It's been sitting in a puddle of water. I got my little chody screwdriver here. Look at this little guy. Whoa, nice and frame choppy from downloading stuff. I had the audacity to be streaming to 2 services at once, as well as downloading a Fusion update. I don't have super internet here. I need to call Verizon and upgrade. Early 90s movie references and Nickelodeon? No, it's worse than that, man. No, I'm older than that, dude. It's like the Care Bears and Transformers and Batman the Animated Series and stuff like that. I don't know. They're a bunch of freaks, and when you don't tell chat something, they... And this goes for not just generic Twitch chat. I'm talking about the people who watch my content are a bunch of freaks, and they solve problems. They love puzzles. So if you give them a puzzle, they will endeavor to solve it. And by give them a puzzle, I mean try to keep details of your personal life from them. That is a puzzle, apparently. No, everybody knows how old I am now, Copper. I had a birthday. It was a big one. The big 4-0. People don't believe me, too. They think I'm much younger than that. And it's just simply because I... Oh, this is going to take forever to switch scenes, isn't it? Why aren't we switching scenes? Hey, OBS. Oh, there we go. Ooh, my network is a little slow. It's because I've never seen the sun before. Oh, that was supposed to zoom in. That's eventually going to zoom in. Ooh. My network is not happy with this Fusion download. Oh, there it is. That was like a 5-second delay. Everyone in chat is a private investigator. God, it sucks though, because you know you gotta build a wall between you and chat, because people get weird. It was a kind of a revelation to me that somebody mentioned to me that, you know, that what is it? Parasocial relationship goes both ways. So I have chatters trying to influence me, and I need to kind of keep that on its own. But I don't like to concern myself with that kind of thing, because it's like, I don't know. I know what to tell you guys to stop. Oh, at the time of them figuring it out, I was mid-30s, I think. I've been doing this for a while, it seems. Making content, making shitty content. I actually got 20 views on my YouTube video, and I think it's because there was a Pico Pie dead center in the thumbnail. I think that Pico Pie is what solidified 20 views on one of my VODs, which is kind of crazy. I'm set with the latest update. All right. So let's see, where are we? We're out of the mod synth directory for once. We still have a lot to do with synthesizers. I have a lot that needs to get done, but you know. How come my chat hasn't caught up? What's up with this window? Oh, I guess it's suppressing Nightbot messages in here. No, it's not. There's a Nightbot message right there. My own personal update on chat isn't What's going on here? It just stops right there. Hold on, let's try reloading it then. What the fuck? It's like behind. Where's the Twitch pop out? Oh god, I messed up with my windows. They're all over the place. That's the old chat. Close that one. This is the new one. I'm gonna reload this. Why isn't it getting any of this? Pico's like catnip to the electronics nerds. I can't, like, my chat's not updating. What's going on here? Do I not have a Twitch pop out? What happened to it? Did I close it by accident? No, there's the Twitch pop out right there. I'm just here for random farts. Yeah, that sounds about right. Application. Oh, here. Okay, I guess I just missed a couple for some reason. Strange. My Chrome is also in need of update, but it's not going to get it. It doesn't get it. Oh yeah, we need to actually, that's not. You guys can see the edge of my chat. Where's that edge that's right there? Okay, you guys will stay right there. There we go. Talk about Flipper. Like the dolphin show? Like the dolphin show, right? Like Flipper, like faster than lightning? That Flipper? Why is that popular on YouTube? I don't understand. That TV show where they abused a dolphin in order to get the same 5 shots that they keep reusing, somehow following on the coattails of Lassie, the super dog show. You get a super dolphin show. We're PC, like computer projects, right? I have my garden. I never used those garden signs that we made. Computer. I think we're air cool upgrades. I think is that where this thing is? Yeah. This is the last thing that I made for my computer, which is just a bracket to hold 3 of those LED discs. And we've got to make a flat thing that's going to hold for the water cooling thing. You really mean Flipper the dolphin? That's weird. That's really strange. That's really very genuinely weird. All right, so I got all the files I need to open. I don't know if we're going to use that necessarily. I might make my own thing that'll just clip this and hold it. It needs to hold it up a little bit, and that's kind of a problem. I don't have a lot of room. Maybe just the clamp for these reservoirs would do. but I need something that's gonna diffuse light under this. I don't think I have a lot of room to really work here. This thing can't really move all that much. So I've got to kind of really squish it in. I think maybe I need to mount this, and then I need something to diffuse LEDs under this. Because it's kind of a shame. Everything else lights up so nicely in this case, but the flow indicator does not. Oh, flipper 0. Okay, all right. You had me going, because like a lot of those machine shop YouTubers are older, and they might suddenly decide to all reference the same thing. Maybe I need a better filter on my my BS detector today. I accidentally drank some of the cooling water. I had the other reservoir hooked up to this thing, and I took the tip of the syringe off in order to drain bubbles out, and I did it into a glass, like a drinking glass that was sitting right here. And so I had seltzer water in a similar glass, and I drank the seltzer water, and then I went, oh, I should finish up this other seltzer water, and I took a big gulp of it, and then I tasted metal, because remember, we had aluminum corroding in the water stream. We took the CPU cooler off, and I blasted it with air in order to blast out all the little particulates of metal, and so I was tasting metal and plexiglass. It was absolutely disgusting. Yeah, dementia meal, I know. I didn't throw up. I don't think in the grand scheme it's too bad. It's equivalent of, I don't know, chewing on a pencil every day. But that wasn't cool. I did not enjoy that one bit. Cooling water is the new anti-fever. I didn't feel right for a while after that, so I'm not here to tout the medicinal properties of water cooling fluids. Yeah, I fear that I don't have any room to do the, because these are already being pushed down. I don't know if we got space to do the bracket. I might just forego that, because I don't think I can light up a flat enough surface. Maybe we can find something that'll do that. Something flat, like a diffuser for a screen. I had something. I think it was up here. I thought it was up here. I may have moved it or thrown it out. Got that one-way glass. What is that? There's like a whole ship up there. Oh yeah, these are those temperature-dependent resistors. Temperature. God, even the news says temperature. 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 I don't see it. I must have gotten rid of it. I had like a screen from one of those clocks that we took apart. Those ridiculous things that got sent to my brother, and it was a diffuser. It had a bunch of oh no, my mic! Microphone just totally fell off. Hold on. look down just to see the microphone on the ground. Jeez. Alright, what happened to that thing? The thing that I'm looking for. I'm always looking for a thing. This is technically it's a thingy, but this thingy had diffusion stuff. And it might be something we can use for today. There. Not there. I do have another speaker driver that we could try. It's a 5-volt one. That's a servo driver. Motor driver. Where could this be? If I didn't throw it away, where would it have ended up? Where would it have ended up? It's not looking good. Chances are that I found it back here and I was like, what is this still doing here? And threw it out. Like, I'm never going to use that. And then now we have the perfect application. I'm unmuted, right? Yeah, okay. You guys are all here on the spot to tell me the mic is off, but nobody ever says the mic is on. Nobody ever says that. Never, not even once. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Chances are it's gone. Wait, there it is. No, wait, no, that's a different one. That was just an 8. Number 8. Oh, there's protecting stuff on it. It's there. That's an Arduino. My old school milliamp meter. All right, everybody's a critic. Everybody's a critic. You guys waltz in here and fart. Can't believe it. Rude. It's just rude. Yeah, where did that thing go? What happened to it? It's, you know, things kind of kick around up here at the top of the desk, and oftentimes, oh, here it is. Okay, so it's not what I thought it was. There's a different one that has a big diffuser on it, and I don't know what happened to that. Maybe it's in the bin of derelict electronics. Might be down here. Because that was an LCD display that we took apart, and LCDs have these wonderful diffusers that take very little room to operate. A minimal engineered amount of space. Yep, there it is. Got him. All right. I don't know if we can cut that down. Where's it going to look good? There. Yeah, see, it's just a big diffuser with an LED on each end. So I could possibly use this to put an even spread of light behind that whirlygig. I knew I had it. I told y'all. I found the video where that Blackmagic, this thing, the Blackmagic video recorder was still in one piece. This is before I did the teardown of it. You guys will see that in December if you're watching the VODs. Got one a day, all the way to December so far. I still have hundreds to get through. And they're big uploads. I should probably be uploading them right now. I should just stop streaming for a little while and just do tons of these uploads. I'm actually blown away that people, like 20 people, watched one of the VODs. That's mad. It's humbling. Routinely surprised by the generosity of you guys and how much you guys are willing to tolerate me. You think I'm streaming so that I don't bug people in my life to death. This sequesters me. Can't bother them from here. How's this thing working? That is just the right size, though. That is just the right size. We just need to get an RGB LED into it on both ends. Maybe not both. Well, if I cut this, we'll just have the one. And that looks like it's molded in. Or is it right up against it? No, it's like molded in. That might be a little difficult. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to investigate. These are part of the zip tie right here. Okay. Ooh. Welcome to Thursday. Aside from turning into a science experiment and accidentally drinking cooling water, what did I do yesterday? Uploaded videos pretty much the whole day is what I was doing. Not very exciting. Not a whole lot for me to talk about there. Yeah, just upload. That's sort of the protocol right now, is that I need to get everything, all of my electronic waste into YouTube in order to get them to publish one a day until like a year from now. It's going to be a lot. I mean, one a day and 350 videos, so you can do the math on that. But then at least I'll have an established VOD channel, and those videos, the streams that I do will automatically go up. I'll just need to start doing the description on the live videos that are being recorded. I mean, I guess I could have not dual streamed to YouTube. It's like nobody's watching, but I could not dual stream to YouTube and then just continue to publish them this way, and that way they'll all get stream starts, timing, and stuff like that. But I don't know. This is once this job is done, I don't have to do it anymore, aside from time stamping stuff. So, and then someday, some asswipe is going to use all of my streams to train an AI, and then it'll be like having another bother. But AI is so super bland that I think it'll recreate me too accurately. This part of the music is a little weird. Hold on, let me find the window where it is. Where is it? Somewhere around here. I have like 1,000 windows open right now, so. Oh my God. There we go. This is just the FTL soundtrack. I'm using it because it should be safe because it's game music, but who knows what'll happen. Sometimes YouTube will flag stuff that, I don't know, just anything. It's tough. I mean, until I can get like the synthesizer all put together, this pile of garbage right here. I've spent hundreds of dollars on this thing. I'm getting thousands of dollars of value out of it because building my own stuff. And now my parts catalog is able to build synthesizers pretty nicely. I've got a lot of analog stuff now, but yeah, I've put a lot of investment into that, and I need to get stuff out of it. So eventually, hopefully, I can get my own sort of music in the background, or just musical sounds, something akin to music that is not actually music. A lot of random generation. YouTube is auto caption. I think some streamers played with captioning, like live. I think OBS has like a plugin or something. I don't know. I don't care to do that. I don't know. But maybe if YouTube makes the captions on their own, that'll be a thing. No offense to anybody who needs captions, but I just don't want to deal with the technology because it like gets stuff wrong. Yeah, exactly. There's tons of errors on it. Errors and errors compounding. I was going through and there was a YouTube comment. Or no, it was somebody donating 500 bits. So somebody, no, 150? Actually, I forget the amount now. I think it was akin to 500 bits. Back when Burn the Subs was running, so there were a lot more people watching and a lot more donation activity and stuff. But the guy was like, I love how you look like you're exhausted. And I'm like, I didn't watch my own reaction to that, but it was basically a comment on how exhausted I always look. And I was like, ah, shit. Because that was like prime pandemic streaming. That was 2021. So we were just kind of getting out of it. I was exhausted. I still am exhausted. I need to sleep more. That's something that I'm working on now. But it was just like that was just like a laser beam directly to my weakest part. God damn it! Not look so tired all the time. I need to get an early bedtime from now on. I gotta go to bed at like midnight. I woke up at 3:50 in the morning today because I'm dumb. I don't sleep. A lot of air in this too. We got to get rid of that. I don't know where the air is coming from in this. There's a source of air that I do not know about. But we'll bleed this out a little bit, and then I can run the pump independently and just see if we can get some venturi action to happen here. Because I think that's what's going on. I think there's a connection where air is getting in, but water isn't getting out. Maybe I can put pressure on the whole system, and we can see whether or not we can get a drip to form somewhere. Sleepless night for whatever reason, I couldn't fall asleep. Yeah, that happens to me every now and then, too. Today will be no productivity. That's how I work. I can't go without sleep. I'm so bad at it. Like in college, we would study until the wee hours of the night because engineering, we're all lazy gamers. So we would get together and study in the middle of the night, mainlining caffeine into our arteries, and having the test the next day. Everything was just, I was just in a state. I was like outside of time. I existed in this realm that I could not explain, and it was bad. I can't go without sleep. I just don't. I don't know. The dopamine part of my brain's all effed up, so that apparently does not like low sleep situations. And I'm feeling a little bit like that today. Not totally. When I get out of that cycle, the regular bedtime cycle, it just feels like you're an outsider. Like it's so weird. I don't like it. As a former raver, festival goer, partier, gamer, sleep happens during the day, but I can't do that. As a diabetic and an electrical engineering guy, I can't do that. It's just juxtaposed a little bit there. You know, and in production, like stage and TV and movie and stuff, you know, you exist kind of on your own timeline. I should be streaming evenings on the East Coast until the middle of the night. I do it during the day, so I'm not kicking around being a waste of space all day. Because otherwise I would just watch streams all day. What are you guys doing? I mean, I wasn't a king super Chad who watches streams all day. This is a weird solution with the legs like this. Using the 3D printer legs for the computer case, it made it entirely too big. It's a very large case. I don't know if that's good. Honestly, I should have gotten a Stream Deck, but I didn't. I got these parts instead. We've had more content with this anyway. It's not like I'm about to go and water cool a Stream Deck. I'm sure somebody's already done that. If I search that, do you guys think I'm gonna immediately find it? Another Chrome window. Steam Deck. I said Stream Deck. Of course Linus did it. He's got all the budget. Pointless or awesome? Pointless. Yeah, so there's a lot. There's a lot. Of course it happened. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? They didn't even use quick connects on it. I would, you know, you right angle water block, and then you have quick connects. All it costs you is everything. Yeah. You do a, like a blower motor into a radiator. It would basically just be rearranging a laptop cooler setup, you know, where they use the heat pipe in order to send heat to like a flat radiator, and then they use a blower motor to blow air through that. That would essentially be what you do, or the best way to do it if you wanted the whole thing to still be portable. He strapped a bigger air cooler on. Oh, he's just coming up because of AdSense or something. Algorithms. Let me get the power supply on this. I've got this brick supply for when I don't want to run the PC, when I just want to run the cooler, or sorry, just run the pump. Mainly for getting boobells out of stuff. Oh, he also put a thicker battery on it. Yeah, that thing, I mean, you might as well get like one of those car jumpers. I actually have two of them. If you want to be on battery and just put the car jumper on the Stream Deck, although you'd be wasting some energy having it create AC. I think those have USB sockets on them too, though, so you could plug in the USB-C. Pump. Poop! Poop! Not light. Whenever I lift it like this, I want it tilted this way so that the bubbles find an area that I can actually operate on. And then I need my hex key. Oh, okay. Is that on me or is that on you? I don't know where the confusion... I don't know who's to blame for that confusion. Lure locks are fun. Oh, that dribbled. Lure lock. That's sort of the procedure of how I fill it up. Actually, what I do, and if I wanted to do that more often, I should have this syringe be like here, but outside of the case. But the way that I do it is I can just take this off and it doesn't leak because there's no air in the system. So without air, there's nothing to expand. Although if there is air, it really doesn't affect that. It doesn't start leaking out of there. So I put the computer in this position, remove that block, and just fill up the side of the reservoir. Of course, there's still a couple bubbles there. Boobells! All right, let's get rid of those. I'll do this the regular way. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to... The reservoir, its function is to allow for expansion and to catch bubbles in the system. And this one doesn't exactly do that. Not in the position that it's in. I mean, you can run these horizontally. Basically, the reason that the reservoir is like this is to soak up... If the pump wants to go into turbo mode, there's a supply of water here that it can draw on, I guess. It doesn't really... It doesn't need to be in this. This doesn't need to be here. It does, however, catch bubbles. So it kind of works. Hey, Chimera. I was wondering if you could answer a computer question. I can. I'm not going to, but I can. Yeah. I had 2 people come into last stream and ask, hey, can I... My drive runs on... It's like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. It's not why I'm here. I'm here to stream. I'm here for your entertainment, not for computer questions. God damn. I'm going to put a little piece of tape on that just to hold it up. Yeah, people in the Discord, I'm actually humbled again by charity. The value that people get or give freely in the Discord in terms of support for things, because a lot of these questions are not fun. They're not fun. You gotta make your computer problem fun, and then people will want to help you. But sometimes they're just not fun. We get people in the Discord who want us to solve problems that they are then gonna sell. Like somebody coming in and asking about robotics or you know, and stuff like that, and it's like, oh, this is really cool. Can we get details of the application, because that'll kind of steer our answer. Oh, I can't give you details because it's gonna be like a product, and it's like, well, we can't fucking help you then, because we're not here for your benefit. I don't understand how these people operate. You know, and I get that a lot. I get like, hey, I got this cool idea for, and I'm like, cool, do it yourself. Like, I am not I'm an ideas guy, you see. I have these ideas. If I could just get people to do my ideas, then I would be a millionaire. So what I need is for you to do all of this work. More electrical components from AliExpress. I am very glad that, well, no, I'm actually not very glad that I'm not in Europe, because if I was in Europe, I'd have fucking healthcare. But anyway, the ordering situation here is such that I don't have to get everything off of Alibaba. I have done many Alibaba orders in my day, and you typically forget what you were doing by the time the parts get there. Yeah, it's true. I'm under no obligation to give correct answers. Ordered more electrical components? I got to get to the second half of your comment. Who knew that I needed 5 dual rotary encoders and a 50-pack of tactile switches with built-in white LEDs? That sounds cool, though. Yeah. No, what we do is we turn Middle Eastern children into skeletons with our tax money, and instead of having healthcare like a normal developed country, there's no excuse at this point. I mean, there really isn't. All right, there's still a big air bubble in here, I think. You can get lots here in the EU, but so much more expensive compared to Ali. Most deliveries are in 1 to 2 weeks. That's well beyond the limits of my attention span. I mean, like, people have been confused about my political views, and I feel like people think I'm, like, conservative. It's like, bro, I am diabetic. What do you think my one issue is? What do you think my one political issue is? And I don't want to get political on this stream because I don't want to alienate people. There's a bubble, instantly. This is running at full tilt. So I'm going to turn that off. It's not a bubble level, no! How dare you! Alright, I'm lowering this. We're starting early, even though I've been streaming for 40 minutes. What's happening? Hi, hello. Hold on, set up, start soon off, get back out there. Okay, hi. Yeah, we're still working on the computer. I didn't want to turn this into a 2-stream project, but you guys haven't seen the full build working. I did all of the boobling, getting rid of all the little bubbles that were in the system. There's a little bit of design stuff that I kind of want to do at the end of this here, because now that I've got all the LEDs working, I still have to work out the software for the LEDs, but now that I have all the LEDs working, I want to light things up because it's fun, and maybe make a bracket for my little bypass system over here. Complicated loop. Basically what happens is the water comes out of the pump, goes into the CPU cooler, the CPU cooler goes into the MOSFET cooler into the graphics card, then it goes into the whirlygig, the flow indicator, where it then goes into a distribution manifold, and that distribution manifold goes to the chipset, to the RAM. It has 2 lines to go to the RAM, so RAM, and then RAM, and then an SSD cooler for my super duper SSD. And then all of that comes back in and goes back to the reservoir. But between those 2 manifolds, I have, danger to the manifold, I have a little bypass, because the new volume of the tube is larger than the volume of the 4 hoses that go to the peripherals. So I need a little bit of extra liquid to bypass. And those don't need a ton of flow, so. It's a hydro generator. Yeah, I put infinite energy, right? Because the pump runs off of the whirlygig. That's not true. In this house, we obey the laws of thermodynamics. So, we have a whirlygig, distribution manifolds, and a bypass valve. And what I can do is tune that in order to make sure that things are flowing at their maximum rate. Because if I open this up totally, I won't get flow through the peripherals. So I guess I won't get maximum. It'll be a little bit below maximum flow is probably the goal here. I have it partially closed, and I think that's probably enough if I just leave it there. That'll just get any water at all to go through these things. What we need to do is figure out why I keep getting boobles in my system. It's ridiculous. I am fed up, because as soon as I turn this thing on full, where did the bubble go? There was a bubble in this line. I thought it was a larger bubble than that. That was a very small one. Thank you, Beat Drop Guy. A lot of work went into this, and mostly what we're doing here is just trying to get it to run at all. Just trying to get like all the components together so that I have a functional PC to bring to my friend's house. No, I'm not running dish soap. What? That's the dumbest thing that I've ever heard. Congratulations. Really? Why would you do that? If you run dish soap, I mean, what's that going to do? It's just going to, like, booble up. I guess it thins the water, doesn't it? I actually put this on the kitchen sink. I ran the kitchen sink through it. Squeaky clean, lubricated turtles. I do wish I had some other kind of fluid in here, because I took a gulp of my water cooling fluid. I did a little bleeding into a glass on my desk, and I was drinking seltzer water, and I finished the glass of seltzer water, and I took a look at this other glass sitting on my desk with a little bit of liquid in it. I went, man, I'm not a sloppy idiot. I'm gonna drink that so I don't have glasses with some liquid in it on my desk. And so I took a big gulp of it, and then I took a second gulp and realized it tastes like metal, like rusty metal, because yeah, disgusting. Look, this ain't my first rodeo. I've been moving this in every vector that I possibly can in order to get the bubbles to travel out of the system. And we're still in that phase where every now and then it starts scraping again. But I suspect that there is a bit of a venturi effect happening. Let's get this bubble out of here, and then I'll turn on the radiator again, and we'll just keep bleeding it. And then we'll move over to Fusion 360. But I think what I want to do is hook the big turkey baster up to the water system and then pressurize it. Because yeah, I would regularly put my PC up on its haunches like this and then fill up this reservoir. And I had been doing it since we got the water cooling PC running. So I suspect that we have a bit of a venturi thing happening in one of the lines. I just don't know where. I should probably just remove these for now, because they're just going to keep falling out. This one's kind of a hassle. Although, now that thing's going to just fall all over the place. Yeah, so I need to investigate why stuff's going weird. Vacuuming the system and filling it like you would a car system. I've never done that. Most of the hoses would collapse. This one has a spring in it that's actually keeping it in shape. It keeps it from collapsing. All the other hoses, though, are very thin-walled. These would collapse very easily if I did vacuum. What are you talking about? What cabinet? All right, let's see here. So if I start this up, and the pump goes, and the pump goes, it takes a second. And I already hear bubbles. That was like instant. Where are they coming from? Is it this fitting up here? I'm like instantly getting bubbles in this thing. I mean, I may just have to live life with bubbles, but I don't really like bubbles that much. Hup. Whoa, there's a lot of bubbles. Yeah, I may just be dealing with, I don't know, it might not be venturi at this point. I may just be dealing with air in the system still. Come on, gimme. Here we go. All right, so let me hook up the turkey baster. We'll try to get most of this stuff out. It's just at a certain point there shouldn't be lingering bubbles, and yet I'm still getting air in the reservoir for some reason. Oh great, I just dumped that all over. Lure locks are fun. I'll let you reconfigure stuff. And then I can just open this up and pump the air out. There we go. And now one of the bubbles did make it over here. There we go. All right. Yeah, and at least for the times that I've done this with like a BMW, mainly you have these little bleeder valves at the highest point of all the lines. So you're able to go through and bleed out all of the individual little pieces of the water system. We don't really have that in water cooling computers. Although if this were a normal computer, if this were a normal setup, this reservoir should be higher up. And if that was the top point of the computer, then it would more easily filter out air bubbles, keep them from getting back into the system. What? Wah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Look at that big old booble. Let's get that one out of here. Man, there's always one, right? Always one little extra bubble. What I'm doing is I'm pressing down on the syringe down there. I'm gonna have to refill the syringe in a minute. I just don't know where the water is. Like, okay, if I keep getting bubbles in the reservoir and I keep adding water, I don't see it coming out anywhere. What, turning the water into air? Cavitation bubbles? There's another bubble in the impeller. Jeez. You guys see that? It just like snuck out when I first powered this thing on. All right, there should not be any more impeller bubbles. Good. Might see some stuff come back here. Oh, I just saw a bubble sneak away. Oh, I can hear it. I can hear it. It's making the noise. All right, let's run this for a minute and just see if we can get a little collection going. Hello? Who's there? Hello? 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 Yeah, that's what happens. You can get cavitation in these. And if you have air in here too, it causes turbulence that hurts the system. Look at this, I'm still getting bubbles. Boobles upon boobles. Why are it happening to me? And we did just... Ah, no. Oh, those just made it into the rest of the system. Ah, crap. That's the problem with this little reservoir. Holds all of the bubbles in it. Okay, so I'm gonna need to keep doing this, I guess. How much do I have left in the syringe? I gotta refill the turkey baster. Yeah, that's not enough. Well, let's see. We'll see. Yeah, you can overheat a motor by, because if there's a bubble in a line, then it's displacing coolant. The BMW, the generation that I work on, the E46, its reservoir is really weirdly made, and it's not a good system. You have to replace it after a certain number of miles because it all goes bad. It's just really bad. And then once you do, you have to rely on seals that are not too happy that you exist. Okay, let's add water to this thing. Where is my Oh, it's way over on the other side of the shop. Hold on, I gotta go get my cooling water. I gotta go get my pitcher of cooling water. Actually, I think this one was drinking water, but one and the same. All right, this should be enough for us to operate for a little while. I doubt that there's this much air in my system at this moment. I did the thing where I hook it up to another reservoir and then I twist the computer around all over the place while water's being pumped through it. And then I ran it for a day, hooked up to that external reservoir. So by all means, there should not be bubbles in my system. All right, let's get the last little bit of air out of this one right here. Yeah, but the temperature stability is legendary. No, 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 no. Where'd paper towel go? No, don't drip. It's the world's slowest drip. Hold on. No, I gotta catch it. Oh, got it. Just in time. Everyone's safe. It's gonna be okay. Type of stuff, the issue with like half of the BMWs on the road, something with the cooling system. Yeah, after a certain number of miles, you pretty much have to replace the entire cooling system. And because it was some of the first time that they were putting plastic on the radiators. Basically, the radiator is a piece of aluminum with no end caps. Usually they solder on or weld on end caps to a radiator. Nope, these have plastic end caps. And so the plastic being exposed, not really so much, there's maybe a little bit of ultraviolet, but generally just weather. Being exposed to weather means that the plastic eventually gets brittle and cracks and pops. Yeah, and so you can get an entire aluminum radiator replacement for your E46. Doesn't make much sense to do it unless you really are into high mileage cars or you want your E46 M3 to last forever. Because that's what, you replace that. And then I'm not sure about the BMWs, but at least on my similar year VW, they made the water pump out of plastic. And then heating and cooling cycles got to that plastic, and that plastic would grenade inside of your block. It's basically just an impeller that inserts into the engine block. No, 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 no. Look at that. Where are you coming from, you stupid bubbles? Okay, bubbles after bubbles after bubbles. I don't understand where they're coming from. Maybe chat will have a good idea. Maybe not. I'm going to spend a little bit of time just getting the air out of the system, and then we can try to pressurize. I'll push against the syringe, and we'll see if anywhere is leaking. I don't want to do that too much because I know that some of these lines here will pop off if I do it too hard, because there aren't barbs on a lot of these. There aren't. I don't have an abundance of tube attachment. Where is that? There's a bubble I can see under that. Okay. All right, try again. If there's like a hole in the radiator, I'm never going to know. Now bubbles are going to come from here, right? Well, there goes one bubble. Well, so the BMW ones are quick disconnect hoses. They don't cut off, but they have like a little spring that you push down and then they pop out. Because it's just like a plastic tube with an O-ring and then another similar plastic tube that goes over it. So it is actually pretty convenient to work on if you need to do a coolant flush. It does work pretty well, but the failure is spectacular. That LED came loose. All right, I'm still hearing splurshing noises from inside of it. I don't know if you guys you probably can't really make out what... I have to talk over it so that the mic keys in on it, but you might be able to hear it. You might be able to hear it. You see the back of my big fucking neck. All right. Upside down. Sideways. Leftways. Ugh, straight up. Do a flip. Ooh, went back. I've got all the vectors. I've got it. I've moved it in all the vectors. Oh, I just heard. Yeah, look at that. There's another boo-bill. Why are there boo-bills in my system? Again and again and again and again and again. Just drain, drain, drain. Let's try cutting this off. Opening it up. Giving it just a little bit. The rate's pretty steady, isn't it? That should be maximum speed. That should be minimum speed, but they're both very similar. So if I just do it like a little bit, that'll encourage flow through my peripherals. And of course, there are no windows, so I don't have any insights into this stuff. Oh, quick disconnects for the fittings on the... Yeah, well, if I had a second valve and you put a quick disconnect on either side of the valve, that would be a pretty clean way to add a flushing reservoir or to just flush the system in general. The way that I did it is I removed the CPU inlet, which was tough because when you have the pump running, the pump is creating a vacuum. And if you attach that other reservoir and you open up one of these front things, then it will suck a whole bunch of air into the system. But yeah, I can do this while it's running because it's a closed system. I can open this up. And only lets in a little tiny bit of air. So I'll just hit that with a little bit of water from my syringe and close this up. Now the bubble's gone. Quick! Hey, Keeper of Maps, how's it going? I've been highlighting when people raid in all of my VODs, and I can't catch them all. I wish I had some kind of a comprehensive date, timestamp for each raid into the channel. I don't know how far back Nightbot keeps records, or whatever the Twitch tool is, how far back it keeps records. I don't think it'll go back to 2021. But I would love for those events, because all the CosmoQuest raids that Keeper of Maps is indirectly caused, or maybe at times directly caused, I would love to be able to highlight in the comments. There's actually no bubbles now. Did we get all the boobles? Oh, no, there's a booble. Stupid boobles in my system. I do a stupid Euro accent because I think it's funny, but then a lot of my viewers are probably Europeans. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Then again, you're not on Twitch to be coddled. You're on Twitch to be antagonized. And you will be antagonized. There's oh, what's going on here? Hold on. I think that's sucking in. Not blowing out. There we go. There's a little... It's still there. I see a little bubble on that. Okay, that might be it. Finished watching that Loki series last night and finally actually retaining what was going on. I love the aesthetic. It's a wonderful aesthetic in that show. Of course, there's a lot of money behind it, too. Having a party in the radiators. Knock the bubbles off of the sidewalls. Tilt it to encourage. Yep, there's another one. That might have been the one that was inside already. All right, let's take a look from up top. There's probably a couple sitting in... Oh, no. There's nothing. Look at that. Beautiful. So, whirlygig is whirlygigging, and it doesn't... I don't hear it. I think... How many episodes? It's 6 episodes? It's good, though. They did a really good job of it. I'm happy. Happy with the series. But any of the other Marvel stuff, I'm not doing it. I can't do it. I don't have that much time. I guess I do. I just don't want to, I don't know. I feel like, everybody's talking about superhero fatigue, and maybe it's that. Maybe it's just quality media fatigue. Maybe they can't keep up the snuff, but... Okay, how are we doing? Yeah, I've heard it described as, what is it, Tom Hiddleston, Doctor Who? And as a not Doctor Who fan, because there's too much Doctor Who and there's too much lore and there's too much to catch up on, it's nice to have a show that's like Doctor Who without being Doctor Who. I feel it would have been a better show if they completely divorced it from Marvel, but as a thing, it was fun and they did a really good job. It's kind of its own thing, it seems. So happy about that. American Doctor Who, yeah, with a 60s Soviet aesthetic, sort of like a modern Soviet aesthetic. I love it. Oh, it's great, cool stuff. I hear the bubble, but I don't see the bubble. Where is the bubble? There it is. You little bastard. Get out of my cooling system. I specifically requested that you get out of my cooling system. They bleed from the outlet over here. Jeez, this is tough. This is like we're doing like microplastic surgery. Wait a second. I have 3 different designs of plug in here. This one, no, 2 different designs. 2 of them are rather much larger. This one is a bit flatter. It seems like EK made them a little bit more minimalistic at some point. Okay. Run the pump at full speed again. And see, yeah, the bubble doesn't pay rent, damn it. Da, na, 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 na. Nope. Well, that one made it through the impeller. There's a shelf in the pump impeller, and I can't get the bubbles out of that shelf. Let's just see here and hook it up again. Let's see, it starts slow. That's when those bubbles pop out, and then it speeds up. Those just got fired into the rest of the system. Oh, I can hear it. The scooshing. It's like a crunchy noise. Hello. Where did all this volume of bubble, this volume of air that I can't control? All right, I got to tilt the whole thing to the side here and shake it. If this thing were just in the right orientation from the get-go, it would just collect bubbles, but I have tortured myself in using this thing as a flat radiator, which it's supposed to be able to do, but it's just not great. I mean, if this were at the top of the computer, actually, if this were at the top of the computer upside down, no, because then you don't have any access to this part. I don't know why this is the shape it is. I think it's just a design thing. But it seems like, well, there's a shelf here. If this were the top, you could fill it up to here. No, that doesn't work, because that's like a return. You could use that as a fill, I guess, from the side, because there's 2 outlets. One always has to be blocked off. And then inlet, 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 inlet. So what would you do? I mean, if this would be like a drain plug, but then this has a little castle blocker over it. So the air should probably be here and most of the uptake coming from below. Yeah, this is designed to go in a dual 80mm fan slot, which actually single 80? No, that's dual. But yeah, I don't know. I like these reservoirs. I've used it on both of my water cooling computers, which are the stream computer and this one, because you can just kind of stick it anywhere. Stick it where the sun don't shine. Keeper's lurking. I don't have one of those lurk commands. I'm going to start asking Keeper of Maps specific questions that only they can answer. Talking specifically to them. Time for a Teams call. Hey, Groovy, what's up? We were talking about bleeding car water cooling systems earlier and all the little BMW bleed screws. Back out a little bit here. We got to do some tilting now. I'm going to get Chad all tilted. No bleeding on Twitch. I have bled quite a bit on Twitch. In the whole grand scheme of streamers, I think the only other person that's bled more than me is probably the car mechanic guy. It's one of several? How many car mechanic people are there on Twitch? All right. Just over and over again. Someone at me when he has 3 questions. No, it's cool. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna actually pull on the plunger now, because when I pull on the plunger, that'll lower the pressure and expand all the bubbles, and then they'll be encouraged to go through the system more. It is springing back nicely. Only problem is if I put too much pressure on it and I blow something out. If I were monitoring that a little closer, I could see if the same volume came out of it that went in. I could also pressurize it a little bit and see if having smaller bubbles encourages them to move more. All right, I don't want to pressure it too much because I don't want drips right now. I have this theory that I've got like a venturi vent somewhere in here, and that's what's causing my issues with water continuously appearing in the reservoir over time. And people say like, oh, it's just bubbles working their way out. But I don't think that's true. Because if it were just bubbles working their way out, it would eventually stop. But the volume is like, I don't know, several cc's of water at a time. So if we leave that functioning for a little bit, I'm caught in my mic cable, hold on. There we go. Gotta sort out the mic cable all the damn time. I mean, there were a couple micro bubbles in this. So, I mean, that may be the case with the rest of the entire system, but this has been like months of air appearing here, working it over to this side, and then filling water, and then putting the plug back in. It's like there's this infinite volume of air that this thing can somehow produce. So it feels very much like some kind of a venturi effect, and I don't know where. So what I want to do now, I mean, I can still hear air in the system. I shouldn't be hearing scooshing, so let's turn that off and get the impeller to stop. Yeah, and there's a couple bubbles right there. That's the ones that were making the noise. I literally just pinched a hose. There's one hose I can't pinch because we put a spring in it to keep it from collapsing. Yeah, that's the car trick, is you go to the big feeder hose at the top of the radiator, and you pump it. Pump that hose. Squish it. Oh yeah, squish it good. All right, open this up a little bit. Get that little boobill out of there. No more boobill. Nice and sealed. Power it on again. And watch more bubbles form. Ooh. I don't hear any scooching. No scooshing. None of that. Good. So, is that totally primed? Oh, there goes another bubble. That one came from this tube that has a couple bubbles in it. There we go. No bubbles. Okay. So, is running as a closed system, and my expansion chamber is the syringe plunger. So when the computer gets warm and the water expands, this moves. And when it cools off and contracts, this will also move. That might make it a little bit more aggressively seeking equilibrium. That might be a little bit more aggressive than if it was an open reservoir system, in which case that might be what's encouraging air to get in and out. But when I keep my computer idling overnight, in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon, I will have like a bunch of air in the system. Now this is off, so there's nothing putting heat into the system right now. I have the pump on full power, so if there is any sort of a venturi effect, it should happen at full power, and I'm not seeing that. I don't know, maybe I solved the problem. Maybe all of my little latent water issues were bubbles that were still in the system because I just primed this yesterday. In which case, we'll move over to 360, where we're going to make a bracket. Make some bracketry. All right, let me flip this up normal orientation. probably get a bubble to knock loose somewhere. Yeah, there's a little one. Little tiny thing. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. All right, so what I can do now is, I guess, power it off. And I'm going to put pressure on this plunger for a little while. And just see if there are any drippies anywhere. We'll inspect all the fittings. I'm not going to put a ton of pressure, because if I really leaned into this, these hoses would pop off. I don't want those hoses to pop off. But I want something to leak and to show me where the prime spots are. I should be running a pressurized water system. That would be a hell of a thing. Only thing I think, which I'm sure you've already tried, is putting a vacuum on the system and then filling it. Yeah, these hoses would collapse almost immediately, and I wouldn't really be able to get a vacuum on it. Unless I put springs in all the hoses, but I'm concerned enough with the one that I put in here that the coating isn't good, and it'll end up rusting into my system. I'm kind of nervous about that one, actually. I'm not detecting any drippies or water or moisture or anything. Yeah, all right, all right. I don't know, I'm willing to call it if you guys are, but I keep seeing air in my system, and I would love to know where it's coming from, but I don't see any water, so I don't know. This might just be one of those little frustrating problems that I'm going to have to deal with. Slap the sticker on it and ship. I know, right? I mean, if I really lean into this, something will squirt water, but I think first it would pop off of one of these lines, and I don't want to soak my computer today. I mean, yeah, but it's not, so I'm not bleeding it with this normally. Normally what I do is I open up that and I just pour a little bit of water in and then close it up again. And I keep getting the bubble in the system, and it's a larger volume. It's like a big volume of air every time. It's like a big chunk of air. Perfectly designed to flood the PSU. Well, I mean, yeah, it will. But the power supply is separate enough. I have had water cascade down this and go down the power supply, but it didn't really get in. And then this up here, the graphics card is on a standoff, so that's separate from the bottom plate. Same with the motherboard, I guess, but the motherboard will catch stuff. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find it this way. I think it's just frustrating. It's just one of those little frustrating, leaky issues that I'm gonna have in perpetuity with this computer. Well, I mean, eventually the idea is that I will build a 1,000-watt power supply that'll fit here, sort of, and be water-cooled. I know some people have done water-cooled power supplies, but this is like these Vicor modules that I use to build the power supply. Those are like made to have like extreme cooling on their MOSFETs. All right, I guess I'm not seeing any leaks. I'm looking all over the place. There would be at least something dripping now. So I don't know where that air is coming from, if it's just latent air inside of the radiators. I mean, it would be cool if I had something that could generate vacuum, and then I could vacuum the radiators when I fill, but let's try doing it this way. Now that lure lock's always just going to leak a little bit. Lure locks always have a bubble in them. I had a lure lock that was on my insulin pump, my old insulin pump, and there would usually be a little tiny bubble. You can flick the bubble out, though, if you're careful. You gotta really smack that sucker, and then it comes out. But yeah, this is my expansion chamber right here. Pretty cool. All right, so I guess this is established. This works now. There's one tiny bubble in there. I'm gonna leave it alone for now. I want to build something that that I can 3D print, obviously. I want to 3D print something that will go under this little whirlygig. And this little whirlygig here is just a flow indicator. It's telling me that water is indeed moving around in this system. And why not put an LED behind it? I mean, you know, that's like natural. Plus, it's in a good spot where it can go between, it can go right in this plug right here. There's a plug right there, so I can have 1 or 2 LEDs on this, and I can just plug into there in this. The problem is these plugs are backwards. I put the wrong ones on the wrong side. They should be flipped. So this one's going to have to be backwards too. So I'm perpetuating the wrongness that was in the computer before. But I suppose we'll just have to live with it. I need to diffuse the LEDs, and what I did for the syringe holder, which is not really movable because it's using one of these holes in the bottom here. I could actually probably do, I could use this other hole for this thing's, maybe I could do that. 2-piece print. One is in black, and the other one's going to be in the, sorry, I had to wrench that thing over. One of them's going to be in completely clear, and the other one in black. And what that does is, because of the different layers of the print, the supposedly clear plastic is actually a really good LED diffuser. The only thing you got to do is give it a little bit of space to diffuse, and so that's what the tallness of this piece is. It's to get the syringe out of the way, but it's also to provide a little bit of space for dissipation of light. We don't have space with the other one. So I need a couple brackets that I can tape down that'll hold these 2 reservoirs in place. And then we need an LED and something that diffuses the LED in a very small area. I might just have to have this thing sitting on the LED on second thought. But if it sits on the LED, then there's going to be a ton of light coming out of the top of it. I could put 1 LED in the center. You can see what that looks like. Let's get some parts here and get to soldering so we can actually take a look at what this thing looks like, and we'll see what plastic we can actually put around it. Oh, see you, copper. My LED bin is all the way over here, and in the LED bin I have something that I purchased so long ago but has been so useful in projects like this, and that's these little disc circuit boards that have LED, little WS2812 LEDs on it. Same stuff that the computer uses. So I've got just this little drop-in light. Let's check it out. Let's see what we can do with just one of these. And I guess we can plug the system into the rack LED thing, which is running out of electricity. It's starting, the power on it is starting to run thin. It gets down to like 3 volts by the time we plug stuff into it. I need that, and then I need 2 plugs. Basically just cut up an extension, I guess. We'll get this out of the way. Well, I can't really get it out of the way. It's going to be front and center. All right, so let's see here. What can I mutilate in order to create this? I've got some of these, like, breakouts I can use. Not there. Funny, some of the LED strip has provisions so that you can put a power supply on it. And you can put multiple power supplies on the LED strip. I would just be concerned that the power regulating components in that power supply would start fighting the other power supply. And you can have problems with O-ring supplies like that. You need to have like a barrier, which is typically an opto-isolator, or an optical isolation. Which is what I did on the big theater globe. I had 2 1,000-watt power supplies on it because there were so many LEDs, so many 3-watt LEDs, and then I put I think it was an RF isolator. It wasn't an optical isolator, just because I had access to that kind of stuff. I'm not finding the other plug. Where is it? I got a bunch of these pigtails, right? But then I think there were also the other pigtails included as well. This is a lot of wire for a single LED, but we'll give it a shot just to demo what it looks like. I need to find the other plug though. I guess I can cut up something if I need to. Cut it up. I have a bunch of LED stuff sitting over here from when we did the rack. It's been some time sitting here. I guess I also have LED strips somewhere that I could use. Hmm. There's not the other kind of pigtail here? What's going on here? What is this crap? I was told there would be pigtails. Let's see, that's all that stuff. I'm looking around. One thing I did was disable the LEDs that are in the reservoir over there. That it's too bright. I need to like define zones and have it not overdo those LEDs. Now, what happened to the wires? Are they with the water cooling stuff over here? Sorry, the camera's static right now on that. Oh, I'm gonna look on the other side of the shop and see if I can find the right plug. Need the right plug to do the job. Although we could light up the one LED with that plug, I think, but I need to find the other one. Wait, what's that stuff? I don't think that's it. Let's check. Nope, not it. That's not it. That's a scrap board. What did I do with all those wires? It was all in service of the rack stuff. I think maybe they're over there. Maybe. That is the computer bin. So, if anywhere, they would be here. And they're not. Of course. Oh no, wait a minute. What's this? That is an extension. Not using that. Got adapters. I feel like I should keep the extensions together because it would be kind of a bad scene if I need one. I don't want to totally ruin everything. Maybe one of the adapters has something viable. Oh my god, this is a mess. This is like a bin of just like stuff. There's not really any rhyme or reason to this. Rack mount brackets. Brackets. Bracket. Let's see. No, I guess we might have to take apart one of the extensions in order to make this. If I can't find the other plug, we're in trouble. What is that one? That is 3 pins, and they're separate for some reason. Oh, this is another... Oh, it's an adapter. I see. Well, this is an adapter that I don't really need. Haha. We might be in luck with this. It's an adapter that I don't need at the moment. Yeah, I guess all I've got really left out of that stuff is, like... Where's... Oh, there's the camera. I was like, how come I can't see my hands? Has Michael Vsauce been here? Yeah, so I got a couple extensions, and then I have this adapter. Why does this... It's like free wire on this side. That's weird. I guess maybe that pin jumps sides or something. But yeah, this can plug into the rest of the system. I don't have... This is the beginning. We need to adapt it over to that from the rack. This is from the rack. This is our testing cable. So yeah. I mean, this would have been a good way to... No, I can't. Okay. All right, get my head about me. Oh, this is the same one as this. No, never mind. I don't have to take this apart. But it's also totally useless to me. So I guess I do have to kill one of these extenders. Yeah, it's got to be done. It's got to be done. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So we have... Oh god, this is like this is impossible to get to because the whole computer is like built from this point on. Actually, first let's do this. So I need a little pin thing in order to get the pins out of there. And these are those rounded pins. They use that for... I don't know why they use those in computer LEDs. 'Cause like your square pins won't fit. And I guess I could put this on there, and then that would hold larger pins. But I think these are my precious larger opening round pins. And the other ones are like... For some reason, when you look for these things online, they are constantly trying to sell you... Hold on. They're constantly trying to sell you these sockets. And these sockets differ from these sockets. Nope, that was the wrong one. Where's the other one? Here it is. By the diameter of the pin that they accept. These are super precious because I can't find them for some reason. They can accept the square pins. The square pins interface with that radius. But the ones you can always buy, the ones that everybody is selling in just absolute like buckets, are this kind. It feels like it was like a misprint. And for some reason, these are what the bottom one is what everybody's trying to sell you. But I'm looking for these. So I need to like find the right listings or something. Now these ones here are meant to take the pins, much like they're using in the LED setups on computers. They're actually a smaller diameter pin. Where are some? Let me find some. Here they are. They do make better contact than the square pins, but I've never had a complaint about the square pins, to be honest. So yeah, those interface just fine. Sort of. It's not just round pin versus square. It's the diameter of the hole in the middle that allows it to interface with both. Get you someone that can do both. Because the ones on the LEDs, don't accept square pins, and that was the trouble that we were having fitting the what do you call it? Fitting my jumpers to it. So what I need to do is remove one of the pins in this thing, and then I can use that to plug in and hopefully interface it with. I mean, I guess we could make an adapter. Oh, but I don't know. I don't have the right. I need one of these with like the square housing on the end. I don't know where that is. I don't have one. Huh. What's going on here? That pin should be flying out. Of course, I'm using flush cutters to do it. Maybe that's the problem. Oh, come on. What the hell? You know what might have outed my age? It was that The Perfect Drug was the first online music video that I ever saw. Maybe that's what outed my age. Yeah, that's what chat found out. All right, so there's the pin removed, and now I can plug that in here. So it goes power, data, blank, ground, if I recall correctly. Power, data, blank, ground, and I now need to get that to go to this. How do I do that? The only stuff I have with that plug on it, yeah, is that stuff. Okay, so the DuPont jumpers do not like this. So is there a way that I can put maybe square pins, solder square pins onto this and just make an adapter right here? I think I can. I think I could just make an adapter real quick. That way we could just leave this plugged in while we're working on it. We'll have a nice pretty light show. So I get some of my jumpers over here. Some of them have already been severed. So those are the ones that I'm really looking for. I don't know how many I have, but if I can dig up 3, that would be good luck. Good fun, good luck, good company. I used to have a bunch of them. There were a ton of them that were just cut, and they just had like nothing on the end. It was just bare wire, which would be very convenient for this. I'm not really seeing it. Maybe we just cut up some, like here's 3. If I just cut this, I can make an adapter pretty easily. Let me just see if this, I've got 2 wire bins and they've both been completely disorganized. They're just completely out of the they're in the realm of insanity. I really need to clean these up and like figure out what's in here. Yeah, here's a piece of bare wire. That goes to a plug. All right, that's one. If I can find 2 more, I'll be in luck. There's another piece of wire, leads to another one. I need 1 more. One more frayed end of wire. Show yourself. Show yourself, coward. That one's a full connector. This is absurd, what I'm doing right now. Fishing through wire. Welcome to my show. It's so exciting. So very exciting. I have a feeling those two gray wires were one of the same at some point, and I cut it. And so I'll never find a third, because it's an even number. I'll never ever find a third. Okay, I found a third. That was 3. Okay, there we go. Sweet. All right, so just a little bit of soldering and we'll have our adapter. I guess I can throw the adapter in with all this stuff later. Pin header, yep, that's there. I'll get the vise over here and try not to scratch any of my acrylic. I gotta work all the way over here because we've run out of space. I'll just clamp this directly. Just hold it in place so I can solder wires to it. And then we don't need this anymore. And then I need to cut all these ends and strip them to the same length so it's not frustrating to work with. So maximum length on those. Hold on. There we go. That's more like it. Okay, so let's do a little bit of this. I think I need my voice to be a little bit more punchy. I'm going over my old streams and it's there's not a lot of punch behind my voice. It's because of the heavily compressed audio that I run. And the reason that I do heavily compressed audio like that is because every now and then I use a power tool. Power tools are loud. I want this to be palatable, but also my voice, it sounds like I am in a carpet store or something. You know how quiet carpet stores are? Quiet audio is good. It's just there's nothing behind my voice. Maybe you can alter that at some point. The problem is when I do that, what I need to do in order to test out the audios, I need to put on a trusted pair of headphones, got an old pair of headphones that are pretty neutral. You aren't in, yeah, believe it or not. Man, I remember going to the carpet store as a little kid. Or the fabric store. You know those fabric stores? They're just so quiet. Or mattress stores, but I guess mattress stores are just like money laundering fronts. Are people really buying mattresses that often? How many mattresses do people really go to? There was a place in Virginia where there was a mattress store practically across the street from another mattress store. And I'm like, what is going on? Who's buying all these mattresses? I don't think people are that... the people who destroy mattresses just have destroyed mattresses, right? I'm starting to semantic satiate mattress at this point, and I'm starting to lose the meaning. I don't remember what that word is. Semantic satiation, not even once. Yeah, the cable is getting caught on the computer, and so I'm trying to work with it right now to keep moving, but it's in such an awkward position. Just doing up a quick adapter so that I can see the LEDs. Ooh, that was way too long with the heat. You apply heat for too long on these headers and they can melt the plastic that holds them together. Be careful about that. Also stabbing it with a soldering iron doesn't help. All right, now I want very little sticking up out the end of these. I could shrink wrap this in order to do a little strain relief, but this is just a pin header kind of job, so it doesn't really need that. You know, if this thing falls apart, it's not going to be the end of the world. I'm not putting this into permanent service. What I really should do is have the vise up here, but I'm too afraid of scratching my acrylic. I want my acrylic to survive. Call me selfish. You're selfish, band. I can't see what I'm doing. I'm working in the dark here. As much as you guys are watching what I'm doing, I can't see what I'm doing. It's really weird filming this kind of stuff because you're far away from what you're actually working on. I used to have my face pressed up against it, so everything would be perfect. But you have to work kind of far away because the camera needs to be in that space. Otherwise, like you've been seeing lately, you see a lot of the back of my head. I can't really even tell if I'm doing a good job soldering this from this distance. My hand is in the way. You guys get out of my chin. You're in my chin. There we go. All right. So, oh, these are terrible. Okay. Positive, negative 12. So, positive goes next to data, and then ground is the separate pin. Like most things with computers, there's about 11 competing standards. Oh, good. Just collapse the pin. That's cool. There goes my data pin. I'm so proud. These like barely stick on. This is like this is a frustration simulator 2000. All right, and then when I plug this in, it should all activate. There we go. So now we just get subtle lighting. It's not as bright as it usually is. It's also not active right now because it slipped off. God damn it! This doesn't work! Why doesn't that work? Ah, damn. Come on. I guess I need to cut up an extension to make it work. These are square pin headers again, and they are not designed to go onto the flat pins that these plugs use. The Corsair, I think it was Corsair, LED controller uses that 3-pin LED strip, and yeah, didn't work. So let's make a different adapter. Let's get this extension, and I'll replace the other extension with this one, and then we need this plug anyway. So I will take, actually, we need this plug on my adapter. Damn it. I don't want to ruin this for one thing. Ah, beans. All right, fine. Goodbye, my beloved. It's done. It's over. Yeah, I mean, connectors and doing like wiring harnesses, always very time consuming. It's part of why I got this, was to try to save a little bit of time stripping wires and also to basically front on flatulent gonad. Look at me, I bought a $40 wire stripper that's better than what you use. He loves this stuff, this kind, and he pioneered putting the googly eye on it. Although I probably should have put it on this side, but he loves his little alligator crimp because he takes a pair of flat pliers that are much better quality than these, but he pinches it, crimps, puts the crimper down on the wire, and then tilts them against one another in order to separate out the wire jacket, which is a pretty clever way to do it, and he's got a lot of control over that. But I like to automate things that I get inconsistent, and so this thing helps me do that. This or the heated wire stripper are what I would use for big jobs, because this is like, I mean, this is a little bit much for distance. I don't like that. I would rather it be a little bit closer in, but I could do this 1,000 times a day. I'd probably still get claw hand from it, but at least it would be a consistent strip on every single wire. If only he were here to see this. Probably asleep. Wasn't he streaming last night? Okay. That's 3 of those all done. I've only had a little bit of seat time with that Knipex stripper, and it's pretty awesome, actually. I'm liking it so far. It's plastic, so, you know, you can't exactly throw it at somebody and injure them, but you can try. And it does seem like it can take a, you know, a fall down a flight of stairs and keep moving. It's not low quality plastic. Usually you would associate like a hand tool should probably be metal, because like a pair of pliers, always be metal, because it's so much stronger than anything we can cook up with plastic. But for a wire stripper, I don't really think it needs to be incredible materials. Would be kind of cool though if that was a metal wire stripper through and through. Probably be twice as expensive though. The Knipex auto stripper is much more reliable than the cheap one. They don't always strip right, and it's frustrating. Yeah, well, when you put it up against another the pair of pliers, then it becomes much more reliable. Especially if you're doing the same size wire, it's all gonna function the same. But having that thing just sort of nip away the end. I don't like the ones that clamp on either side and then pull. Those are never good. I actually found a really weird wire stripper the other day when we were looking through stuff. All right, make the same jokes, day in and day out. I have one of the big double grippy ones, but it's in a different part of the shop because I hate it so much. Is it on the back wall, actually? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, hold on. Let me go get it. We can talk about wire strippers for a minute here. It's near my pipe bender. And there's the bell. It's just a MAP gas tank. And it's actual MAP gas because I've had it for so long. A lot of the MAP gas, they replaced MAP gas with something else, didn't they? Something safer. This is the unsafe, and it doesn't get as hot. But this is an actual MAP gas torch that I've had for a century. Yeah, here's the other type of stripper. Now these supposedly can do those multi-bands of wire at all in one go. That'd be this kind. And what this does is, whoa, what this does, oh God, we're so close because I've got the computer sitting here. When you clamp it, it grips the wire, grips the stripper, and then it pops it separate, and then it releases and opens it up. If you do that too quickly with some of these, one of the previous pairs that I've had, they can crush the stripped wire because they don't release fully. They'll just smash it. This one though seems to be a pretty high quality one. This is probably, I think I got this from a dead electrician. Estate sales. A lot of my shop is populated with dead people's stuff. If I get haunted, they'll be like, "Hey, cool shop." But yeah, that's essentially what this is, like a higher quality version of this. But the reason that this probably ended up in a free cycle thing is because it probably frustrated the electrician to no end. Yeah. And then this one was also in there, so this one's probably awful as well. This one grips the wire and then separates, but then it crushes it again before it lets go. And it's also plastic. Crunch, separate, somewhat of a release, but then if you let go of it, it's not going to let go of your wire until it smashes it again. So it's like, what is the purpose of this? Yeah, so these are sort of, why were these in the bottom of a bin instead of in the person's toolkit? All right, so did I get these? Yeah. So we get these. I cut off a little bit of the end. I don't want them to be too long. I can solder them onto this way. Hey, the price is right. You know, you get ghosts, but you do get free stuff. Oh, you guys need to be a little closer because my head's getting in the way. Then you won't be able to see, so you need to be at a bit of an ISO angle so that I can look separately at what I'm doing. All this in service of just running an extension from my rack LEDs over to this thing. Oh, god damn it, come on. My hands are cramping a little bit. I had some of those Costco turkey pinwheels for lunch. I hate those things. It's like this flavorless wrap that's been sliced into pieces. It's like Swiss cheese, turkey, tomato, and a tortilla. It's like, it tastes like nothing. Like, there's nothing there. No, I need to get one of those transparent heads. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Okay. All right, now supposedly this incredible extension is going to reach all the way to the rack where I've got another extension. I need two hands to unplug this. Hold on. Oh, there's like no room for me to exist here. I need to clean up. We need to clean up this area. Enough is enough. Too much, too much. Too much clutter. But, you know, all that synthesizer work that I'm still doing, I'm still going to do, requires a lot of stuff to be out and around. All right, so now I can plug this into here. And now we get slightly more consistent LEDs running on this thing. So now I can see what I'm actually doing. Don't need all the extra light anymore. But here's where I have to cut up another extension cord, unless I can find another one of those plugs sitting over here. Those are splitters for the wrong type of thing. I don't think I've actually got anything that's going to work. No, it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. My only choice here is to cut up something that already exists. I thought there were more pigtails than that. I guess I must have misinterpreted the... I saw one, and so I thought there were a bunch, and that's just not the case. Just not the case. What's this one? That's the old extension cord, okay. Which will get cut. Actually, no, the one over here gets cut. Now I'm going to have more pigtails than I know what to do with. I have a whole area for making connectors. Yeah, I guess at a certain point... At what point do you justify that machine that auto does the stripping and the soldering and everything? Because those exist. Those machines exist. When do you invest in one? Or those hot pinchers. Don't get me wrong, but I mean like hot wire pinchers. It's like a big thing where you have this little nichrome at the end. It's like, dude, and it just, yeah. I need something like that on a very small scale for when I do perforated prototyping boards. Because when I do perforated prototyping boards, I'm working with this small gauge wire wrap wire, and I need something that will strip the end of the wire cleanly without pulling on it too hard. That was part of why I was looking at that one thing. Hold on a second. I gotta find that like nano super duper tape that I have and tape the thermal camera to this arm. I'm so sick of it wandering away. And I think it's under here. I think it's under here. Yeah, there it is. Oh, along with a screw bin that I didn't know I had. All right, this stuff. Oh my God, it's disgusting. Oh, there's dog hair all over. Oh, the edges of it are sticky. This thing should have been put in a plastic bag. I'll have to find a plastic bag for this. Oh my God, it's filthy. This is how you hold stuff down to like a desk, because it's double-sided clear tape that comes off clean. That's its whole deal. That's what it's supposed to do. I need to vacuum this area. We've been working on so many projects that things have just kind of gotten beyond me. Void tape. What? All right, so thermal camera. Get this. This is 3M dual lock that I put on because I thought I would need to move the camera somewhere, but I don't. I don't need to move the camera anywhere. So it should get a better tape to hold it on. And the only other tape that I have that's better than this nano tape is VHB tape. And is it VHB? I think it is. VHB, VKB? VHB. That stuff is double-sided foam tape, but it's the kind of double-sided foam tape that you hold your mirrors on with of your car. It's very powerful stuff, and it's not really for this application. If I take this tape, put the thermal cam on, and I give it time to be tape, to actually stick, it should hold it there pretty well. Yeah, VHB is like a really good tape if you use it properly. If you don't, you're in for a world of annoyance. But we've used it in electronics, we've used it automotively, I've used it in my beer brewing system. That's good stuff. If you want two things to be unconditionally attached to one another, I don't know, permanently-ish, but then you can also peel that stuff off. It tends to come off pretty nicely. And I say tends as a way to not be held to my word. That's my escape clause. Tendies. Good enough. All right, let's see if this stuff will stick the thermal camera on permanently. Look at how glorious this is. Wow, so fancy. Look at Father go. All right, actually, we need it to be just out of view. So that's like right there. Oh, if that holds, that'll be so much better than what I had before. We're doing this live. It's a live operation. Now it's twisted a little. All right, that'll hopefully hold it on there. I mean, this whole thing, what I really need is one of those handles. I need a handle for this, for the camera mount, and that way, when I move things, I'm not unscrewing. Oh God, this is unscrewing from the knob. It's not unscrewing from the... Okay, hold on. Maybe I need to come up with something or buy something. Maybe, hold on. Let's see, how much does a camera handle cost? Because usually I just move this manually on a ball mount, and I can screw and unscrew it to get, you know, to hold things in place. What I would love is a fluid mount here instead of the balls, something where I can position my camera and it just stays in place. But I wasn't able to find anything that does that. Like a XYZ ball mount fluid thing. I don't know what to search for that. Hold on a sec. Let's take a look at what the handle costs. Now that I've got the LEDs running over here, it makes some desk space as well. We are going to have to do the soldering again in just a second here when I make the single LED, but let's just take a look at this first. And I'm wondering if I should use LED strip. What happened to my LED strip, my addressable strip? I used some of it in the CPU. There should be more somewhere. Where's my window? There it is. Now, what would that be? Oh, God. It's in, like, cameras and stuff, right? But it's, I don't know what the search term is. It would be like, oh, there it is. that was a tough search. $10 for that. That's a little bit much. That one's a weird side mount. I mean, that small rig is that mini side handle. That one is a gun. So side handle, that one's $50 because it has buttons on it. That one's from behind. Yeah, it's like the type of setup that I have lends itself to this kind of thing. It's like a small shooting kind. This one has wood grips. Oh my goodness. GoPro ball mount. Does that if it's just plastic, I don't want it because what I have is metal and kind of cool. No, basically my little webcam for your guys' view of when I'm working on stuff is very much like these small filming rigs, which is why I'm kind of looking at them. I keep looking at this wood grain. Look at that. How would that connect though? That's the only problem. I got two of these mounts and I don't have like a surface on the side of this camera. It's a big handle. I need like a miniature handle. Because I basically just need something to go in line with this setup. And then when I tilt it and move it around and stuff, it won't loosen as I do. So I need something like this, kind of. What would that one do? No, that one wouldn't do it. It needs like a hub that it connects to. So I don't know if I'm SOL on this one. It's only $10, but yeah, like these side handles are kind of interesting. If I could somehow do a side handle on this, that would be pretty neat. It would be kind of weird to position the camera with it, but I would hold on to one end and then use the handle to move this around. This camera is filthy. Holy shit. I've been sticking my face in the back of this camera for years, and there's a bit of dirt on the back. I mean, ultimately, one of these setups on the end of the spring arm would probably be pretty good. See, like that. I guess small rig is just a brand. ARRI locating thumb screw. Oh yeah, it's got the little stops in it. That would be nice if I had that. I don't have that. This the GoPro, or sorry, GoPro, the Logitech Brio doesn't have that. I can drill a hole in the case, I guess. I was gonna move the Brio onto the Kurokesu enclosure, which would potentially mean that things wouldn't loosen up as much. It's better built enclosure than what Logitech provides. Also more minimalistic. What the f? It's got horns. It looks like a bug. When I say bug to Willow, she gets very serious and marches directly up to me. Is she in? She might be asleep in the other part of the basement right now. These aren't separable. If they were separable, this might have been an option. Thingiverse, I don't really want to print something. I want something that's metal. Because if I print something, it's just going to break. The amount of force that this thing goes up against. See, this would be perfect if I had anything to mount that. And that might be something from Thingiverse. But if I can find like an L bracket that could mount something like this, this would be, well, except for the price, this would be perfect. Just a little miniature handle that I can use to maneuver this thing without loosening the screws that hold on. But I guess that would loosen it anyway. Wait, we need another search window. Now, what a mini rig for dabs? Okay. Camera cage? Yeah. That's a different type of camera cage. I don't want to spend $50. See, this would be, if I could, like, just remove one, then I'd have this big weird looking handle on both sides, which I don't really want. But the camera cage, I guess, is sort of the concept that we're looking at, huh? I need like camera cage accessories in order to get like an L-shaped bracket that has all the mounting points on it. It's a lot. These things are pretty extra, huh? I'll have to look at this some other time. I mean, that looks like it gets kind of close, doesn't it? Mount the Brio right side up and then mount the ball mount up here. It would still loosen though. This ball mount does not have a locating pin on it. If it did, it would be much better. And then I could put a handle on the side and then the Brio would be on that. If that was reducible, or I flip it upside down and I just have it mount in line with everything else. These are really, like, if I did use a big video camera to do my regular scenes, but I don't need anything else than a webcam. Tiny cinematic camera cage. Wait a minute. $20. Yeah, streaming camera boom. Let's see what they have to say. Oh, I hate this search bar. Yeah, all these are just mic stands, and the springs will make a bunch of noise. This stuff is kind of cool. But mine is a blue microphone arm because it has the springs internal, and they have them like wrapped so they're silent. And I had to actually get a different spring for it. I had to go on McMaster-Carr and put in all of the specifications on the springs in order to get one that was less angry. Otherwise, I'd need a counterbalance weight. I didn't want to do that. That's kind of neat. That's a neat one. I need to get something like these for when I do doctor's appointments at my desk. That's a weird one. So, I mean, there's tons of ball mounts, but they're all kind of cheap. The ones I have are aluminum. But if there's like a fluid ball mount, that's going to be a weird one. Bowl adapter, huh? Wait, what? Huh? What does that even mean? Yeah, so I would need a webcam-sized something like this in order to recreate what I want to do. Like, I would love to be able to move the camera and have it stay in position. That's what the whole point of the fluid mount is. Miniature fluid mount. Absolute anarchy. Webcam ball mount. No, no, no. Yeah, fluid dampened ball mount is yeah. Because the fluid dampening makes you move slow and deliberate, and it holds its position. I think. I think I'm right about that. All the ball mounts are just locking ball mounts, which is something that I used to have on the camera, but it didn't offer me the range of motion that I need. All right, anyway, let's go back to LEDs. Yeah, but hold on, I'm going to leave these open because the idea of something like this, even the Brio's pretty wide though, but that I could put the thermal cam on there and then have the Brio on there. It would still be a little bit tall. It's still a little bit tall for my purposes. That would stick out quite a bit. I need it to basically be the size of the Brio. I might have to make this, actually. I don't think that would be too difficult to do, because instead of, you know, a one-piece construction like this thing is, I'd make it out of like 2 or 3 pieces that I would just machine out of aluminum. So I'd have an aluminum plate on the top and then a piece on the side, but that would still get loose. Or I buy this and cut it. Just straight up cut it. Just shank this MF. Black 1, black 2. Oh, one has a little bit of depth to it and has a different, like, weird mount on the top. What about that? I don't really need a thick wooden handle. I just need something that I would use to position things. But then I'd also still be under the gun to loosen and tighten the thing. So, all right. Yeah, for $21, chop it up. No, $21 is a lot to spend on something like that. I don't want to waste my money. I would need to, like... No, that wouldn't work. Because the webcam would have to mount to the top piece then. Or maybe cut that, and then I have the webcam mounting up here, and then the handle on this piece. Or just use that as the handle. But then it'll still loosen itself when I pan from right to left. That's why I was looking at the fluid mounts, because I need something that I don't need to like loosen in order to pan the camera around. So I don't think this is the way. It is what I'd need. It would be nice to have like just a handle on the side of this thing to position it with, but it doesn't need to be this big heavy thing. Yeah, I'm wondering that too. There's probably like a keyword that I'm not hitting. Like camera cage. But there's probably like another. Wait, how is this a kit? Camera cage kit. Is it like they ship you a block of aluminum and you have to do all the machining? Of course, Amazon's no help these days. Yeah, I don't know if like a miniature webcam fluid mount. Search outside of Amazon. Absolute dreck. None of these are good. Nobody's doing what I'm doing. How to assemble. Go images. And just look at some pictures and see if maybe there's a product. No. Oh yeah, those ones that follow you. It's been a while since I've done anything with the cameras on this show, and unfortunately there's a technology gap where I'd have to move everything over to HDMI, which it'd be nice, but it also is very expensive. Right now everything is USB, and we are running USB to within an inch of its own life. The bandwidth that the Logitech cameras require is quite a bit. Miniature fluid mount, and suddenly everything is crap. None of these are good. The micro fluid head. Oh, that's on Amazon. Munt binocular tripod adapter for bird watching, hunting, astronomy, optics. Oh, it's all squished in the middle. It's just a tripod adapter. Wait, no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted a whole damn fluid mount. Muntant. Spotting scope DSLR. What is that thing? Dear God. How is that $80? Welcome to camera stuff. Welcome to camera stuff. $40. Video fluid head for camera tripod. I need it to be really small though. That's like a whole damn camera sized. I don't need the whole camera size. I need a little, but I don't think they make it. I don't think they make stuff like that. Lightweight miniature fluid head. Basically, all it's supposed to do is just resist your movement and stick in place. These are like huge. These are enormous. None of this stuff can hang from the microphone arm. That one's looking a little smaller, although, no, it's still pretty big. Look at it go. They're using it in Antarctica. Yeah, this thing's huge. They're all huge. I guess it's just you need it to hold the weight of a camera. And your market is cameras and not webcams. Nobody's making a fluid head for a webcam. We are getting very distracted from what we're supposed to be working on, though. I'm getting very, very distracted. But it's fun looking at this stuff with you guys. Oh, my VCR cleaner. Good. Yeah, I don't know if anybody has any leads on miniature camera positioning stuff. CAD one up and send it to Shapeways. I need to like figure out how they work. Usually there's like just like a gel. We had one that I think we still have one that leaks. It's got like a gel, so the whole fluid area is just wet. It's disgusting, and it's got like this real sticky petroleum stuff in it. Printer cleaning kit. Nah. One thing that I do need to do is turn the old burn the subs rig into a miniature CNC. It's about the right size for that. We just need to put a router head on it. And that might be a little bit loud, so it's probably going to need its own area in the other part of the basement here. But what that would allow me to do is to load up a plate of carbon fiber and then have it engraved with all the markings and stuff. And then do like a marking where I can cut it out and then I can create panels for, what is this? The modular synthesizer. I mean, this thing looks like it's of a size that I would be able to use. Look at that. I mean, that's just a removal lock. Oh, but it does ball around. Maybe if that's like a fluid, what is it called? Mini tripod for camera with fluid head and quick release plate. Video tripod head, fluid pan head, DSLR, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, this does look a lot like, well, actually, no, this thing is huge. Hold on a minute. This thing is enormous. Yeah, it's just a stupid lock system. Never mind. It looked like if it was like something this size, that is scaled completely wrong. All right. Movie prices, yeah. Fluid head for a normal camera is usually thousands to tens of thousands. Tiny fluid head, yeah. If you got any leads, why do you want the fluid head? The way I operate is rather light. Oh god, this thing's crooked. Okay, hold on, I gotta undo it and redo it because it's crooked. Ooh, but this nano stuff does not want to let go. I just put a double-sided, like a nice double-sided tape to hold the thermal camera to my Brio webcam. The Brio webcam is the handle that I use to maneuver this thing. The problem being this ball mount is not that fluid. It's not like a fluid mount. Like I need it to be like a fluid mount where I can just train the camera on stuff and it stays there. But it can't do that. It's not built for that. It's built for putting pressure on the two plates and holding these anodized aluminum balls in position permanently. Because it's for like a little screen where you would have like a video monitor. I have catered the blue microphone arm to the lighter weight of the Brio and the thermal camera. This is crooked. Hold on, I gotta peel this off. It's holding really well, but now I have to peel it. Because I messed up. Jeez. Well, it comes off clean. There, that should be nice and straight. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, this will hold much better than the dual lock, the 3M stuff. This will actually hold the camera in place permanently. But yeah, it would be nice if I had like, and we were looking at a bunch of different things. We were looking at like if I had a handle here where I could maneuver the camera, but that's still going to loosen up right at the mount. So I need something to let me point the camera without getting this thing loose all the time. I'm always complaining about this thing loosening. That's just one of those things that you wonder, like there has to be a product for that somewhere, right? But no. The stuff I'm doing is so weird. Yeah, it's not that I need the boom handle, but I still have this whole side of the Brio to maneuver it with, right? It would be nice if I had the ability to like maneuver this similar to how it is with the ball mount, because this is actually really versatile. I use this a lot because it allows me to kind of look around itself and do all kinds of stuff like that. But it's metal on metal. It's like anodized aluminum on anodized aluminum, which is disgusting. Disgusting. So yeah. Anyway, back to LEDs. There's always somebody coming in asking me about IEDs, and it's like, bro, you think I'm gonna be able to talk about that just like openly? GoPro ball mount? Yeah, but nothing is like GoPro fluid mount. I know, projects are like 90% connectors. It's gonna have that weird GoPro bracket on it. Bite mouth camera mount. Perfect. Hey, welcome to the show. Today you're gonna be working on... That's a great way to break your teeth. Why would you sell that product? The Handler. Why is this coming up? Why is, in a search that says fluid, why is a bite camera coming up? Seems not good. These are all just, it's all just like plastic. That's kind of the right size, but it still wouldn't help me. Why won't you help me? Yeah, I'm not seeing any, well, those are fluid and balls. Not what I'm talking about, though. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find what I'm looking for. I don't think it exists. And the total number of consumers that benefit from a product like that is like 2, maybe 1. So yeah, that's something I guess I have to invent. I don't know how small fluid mounts get. I don't even know how to build a fluid mount. I assume you make a mount and then you fill it with water, not water, gel. But anyway, back to this. So my computer's doing its RGB thing, and it is doing it rather weakly because there's not a whole lot of current by the time we get all the way out here. This is a Corsair LED controller, and it's 1,000 miles away. It's right there. So at some point, I'll have to get Artemis on this computer and hook up that Corsair thing to the USB plug so that we can get like a VU meter out of the whole rack so it can do cool stuff. But I don't really know how to operate those things yet. Artemis is pretty good though. I've got it on my other computer. I just have never like learned how to use it. All right. So I want to figure out if putting an LED just under this little whirlygig is going to be enough to make it look nice, or if we need more than one LED, in which case I'll have to figure out where I put my LED strip. I don't know what happened to it. I know there's a bunch of it in that acrylic thing that goes up there, but I don't know where else it might be. I don't think I used all of it. Oh, you know what? There's reels of it behind me somewhere. I'll find it. But we just need to make something to go in between this connector here and go over to this piece. Although I could drop it down with the hole that's right under it, which is a pretty convenient. Actually, that's really convenient. Yeah, so I can have both sets of wires go down through that hole, and we'll have an LED just under this. And then I can make 2 brackets that'll hold this up. And I need to determine whether or not I need to 3D print something to diffuse that LED, which is why I want to hook it up right now. I don't think I will, though. I don't think I'll need to. Now, that means getting the water out of the way. Get all these drippy things kind of somewhere else where you can drip elsewhere. And then I need the LED that I got. Where did it go? Oh no. Where's it gone to? There it is, right here. All right, singular LED. Actually, while we're talking, I'm going to hook up the pump, and we'll see if air gets into the system. If my venturi theory holds water. Get it? Holds because the water. You get it? Do you get what I mean? The joke about holding water. Do you get it? Can I post a link in chat? Yeah, if it's relevant, I'm okay with that. Thank you for asking, though. All right, I'm going to move this back and away and make sure that I can get to my soldering iron, too. There you go. So you'll see over time as I run this, water is going to start, or air is going to start pooling right over here. I don't know why that's happening. We tried pressurizing the system, but nothing really worked. I mean, we pressurized the system, it didn't leak. You know, I could just hold that there with the nano tape that I just used. I would kind of hold it in position. Although it'd be really hard to get it back. This kind of wiggles out on the end. All right, so singular LED that I've lost again. I've lost it. That was right here. And then the unfortunately thick wires from this stuff. And I guess I need to plug one of these. Give it... I don't really want to give it too much distance. These are very thick wires, too. That's what I don't really like about them. I guess what I'll do is I'll cut this piece and we'll use the pigtail on the other one, and I'll keep sort of a long wire. It's not like these were expensive either. It's not that big of a deal, but steel yourselves, Chad. Here we go. Oh, he did it. He nipexed it. I got like a targeted ad one time that was about Nipex pliers, like wire cutters. Like, I'll drop dead before I let somebody touch my Nipex. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, wait, that was so specific to like my needs. But I guess it was like for mechanics and not like Nipex wire cutters or whatever. It was really weird. I don't know why it was so specific. Where did the thing go? The pigtail that I just had. Pigtail being when you have a connector that's crimped and then you have a little bit of wire coming off of it. You call it a pigtail. The CNC machine ads. I saw a 3D printer filament ad, and it was actually kind of delightful. As much as I hate ads, I really do. I really dislike advertisement. I think it's ruined Twitch and YouTube. Remember when people made content just to make content? Remember when they weren't all trying to make money off of advertisements? Pepperidge Farm remembers. But yeah, anyway, getting an ad that specific was actually, it was kind of neat. Nipex knows it's time to buy more pliers. I don't really know. Does that really benefit them that much? I mean, it's not like I would go and buy Nipex products just because I was advertised to specifically by Nipex. That's not something that I would do, you know? Like, I am immune to propaganda. Immune to propaganda. That's just when a British person looks at something. One thing I don't like is you don't really align this when you put the wire in. You're not like putting it on a V groove. You're sort of just inserting it, but I guess it handles that on its own. I do like, so the first Nipex tool that I intentionally set out to buy was a $30 flush cutter. But this flush cutter is actually pretty good because it's got a lot of material behind the blade. And if I don't use them like a caveman and try to cut things that are way out of line for this thing to cut, they shouldn't break all that soon because they've got a lot of material in the pliers. Usually what you run into is the Chinesium metal that has got some defect in it, or it's just not as strong as you think it is. It's not like forged or anything, or it should be hardened, but what'll happen is eventually one of the jaws will just pop off. Aside from the real death of the wire of the flush cutter is when you cut something that's too solid for it and you put a dent in the blade. So this new style is able to get in and out of stuff pretty efficiently, but one day that one blade will just pop off. Ooh, I'm hearing a bubble that's navigating its way through the impeller right now, and it bugs me because it sounds like an aquarium. When this thing is running fully, all I can hear is the motor whirring. But right now I'm hearing as it that was the Minecraft spider noise. But no, I'm hearing just like a what do you even call that noise? Like a clicking. Not really clicking. Not really a clicking. I call that noise. I don't know, it's like a chattering. Yeah, the wire's getting in the way. Actually, I think the cutter here puts them at just the right length for this thing. This thing has a cutter up top. I think if I use that, it'll cut it to just the right length that I can use the stripper on it. Is that cracking that I see? Yeah, there's like a little splitting that's going on. Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. Wub, 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 wub. What the hell is that? I don't know if the microscope can get this close. I don't think it can. I'll be right here. Hold on. Try to make sense of this. Now we need focus optics if I'm going to get that close. What you see here is blurry. Yeah, if you were able to focus on this, you'd see. I don't know. I don't think this is like a dire emerge. Okay, hold on. Let's show it on the spring arm then. This can get pretty close. Not so much cracks in the plumbing, but cracks around the threads here. It's splitting a little bit. I don't know what's causing that. Not like this is tight. It should be sitting on an O-ring. So I don't think they're the end of the world. They're certainly not dripping. Although, no, because this is under pressure. So this water would come out of here. If you open up one of these, because it's on the inlet side of the pump, air gets in when you open this. But water would get out if I open this. And so these, I don't think they're the reason that air keeps showing up inside of this reservoir. Keep getting air in here. Looks like that bubble made its way through, so hopefully we see it over here in just a minute. I can't hear the bubble anymore. Booble. Okay, let's bring you guys back out. Bring it back out. Come on, closer to the back here. When I do run the computer, I usually just run the LEDs as a solid color until I can come up with some kind of a design with the different colors of light and the different objects that are in here. I can use the Open LED project to change it. I don't think that LED project saves any of my setup, though. It's kind of, maybe it's just something that I'm doing. Maybe I need to look into the settings a little bit more to save things. I mean, they're not going to become smaller, but they're not, I'm also not in a position to repair them, and I don't think they are going to totally expand. They're a little concerning, but I think they're from over-tightening the bolt. With the expansion and contraction of this water system, there is wiggle room, so I don't think I'll be putting it under any strain. You know, this isn't NASA, where it's water cooling a computer is a very simple thing. It's not that complicated. It's something normal consumers do. Everybody thinks they're like a scientist when they water cool a computer. It's really not that special. Now, if you water cool stuff that aren't computers, then you're getting into big brain territory. Like a 3D printer. I would love to do that. That would be so weird. They have it too. People do that. You water cool the heat break, and then you can water cool the motors and the motor drivers. And then what I would love to do with that is the print bed. I would have a valve open, and then the print bed would get cooling water so that it cools off faster and your piece pops off quicker. But that may be a problem because the rate of cooling is important, because your plastic has to solidify before you change the shape of the bed microscopically. That's cracks versus my OCD. Well, you're gonna have to live with that. I can't do anything about that. And this is expensive. This is not cheap. This 80mm Jim Jam. This is really meant to go up top. I was gonna do the two radiators at an angle, like cylinder head, like a like a 6-cylinder cylinder head, and then have this in the middle, looking kind of like a carburetor. And it would have been kind of a engine-y looking computer, but I couldn't figure out all of the geometry of the plastic that I would need to put the maker beam together. And I don't think I could make the maker beam do what I wanted it to do and still look really good. They're not insurmountable challenges, but they were things that slowed me down during the initial phase. Also, I'd need to finish the 1,000-watt power supply design, and the space is kind of being used at the moment. I have all the modules I need to build that supply. All right, so in is coming from, paradoxically, the... Which end is that? That is the... Okay, so the female connectors are in, which is the logical way to do it. It's just for some reason on the other LED system, it's flipped the other way around. So the pins are your active pins. That's not good engineering, and I don't know who made the decisions over there in order for that to come to fruition. But what you really should have is, if you have voltage sitting on something, it shouldn't be an exposed pin. So if your header has male pins, I guess the gendering of electrical stuff is sometimes under fire, and I don't know what else to call it. So I often refer back to the gendered pronouns for electrical connectors. We call them male and female, but the female header should be where the voltage sits, because that way, if something comes into contact with it, it's better protected. If I have like a pair of pliers and I'm fishing around inside of my connector, or if I drop the connector over here and it happens to hit something that is metal, I don't want to cause a spark, because that's when the gas station explodes. All right, I'm going to put solder on all these. I need a surface to work on, and I don't want to scratch my computer. So I've got to come all the way over here to the 2 inches of space on the very front of the desk. And I guess what I'll do is I'll solder these onto this connector going out in one direction, and then we can attach it and play with it a little bit and see what it looks like. Water-cooled heat break just makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I think that's good. Fan of the overall layout. Well, it's supposed to have the 1,000-watt power supply on it. Then I could use all the turbo boost features that this processor has. But I can't use any of them now because we're on 750 watts. It's an insane build. It's a little big, though. This computer's a little big. My claim to fame with this computer was that it was the size of a VCR. It's small. It used to be only this, only the top piece. And that was really fancy. Of course, now I could just go get a Steam Deck, do just the same job, and have less stuff to carry into the LAN party. Only $700. But I was sitting there like, do I want a Steam Deck, or should I upgrade my computer? And now my old computer is basically the computer that I used to stream with. Neither computer is ever underpowered at anything, even games. So I don't know. I don't think I needed to do the upgrade. I think that was a mistake. I'll live with it, though. This computer will last me, 10 years before it starts to even barely show signs of slowing down. Ah, this thing was very hot. That hurt me. Damn it. I need something to hold these in place. Gonad would come in here and start talking about blue tack until I have to shut him up. Why don't you just use blue tack this, blue tack that? We don't have that kind of stuff around here. I guess I could probably get it on Amazon. So in this case, I actually did the wrong direction. So this is the input, but it really should always be the input anyway. Whoever made the standardization of the LEDs that go on computer stuff did it wrong. Okay, so positive's over there. So I'm just soldering it in like this. Oh, but we need to do the output first because of the direction that I put this thing in. Okay, so that goes there. Like so. I would show this on the microscope like I normally do, but The computer's like well in the way of what you would be viewing. All right, so there's our input. And then same deal here. Or sorry, that's our output. Here's our input. Bend these just up a little bit so I get flatter. Blue tack. Yeah, oh yeah, blue tack. There we go. Yeah, I don't have that stuff here. Maybe I could... I think I can order it, but it's just not that effective for the stuff I do. I use my miniature palm grain vise. And it's a nice, cheap thing. You guys should go out and get a miniature precision palm grain, whatever vise. It's only $600 if you buy it new. Literally $600. Yeah, I had Sugru for a little bit. I probably still have some in the refrigerator where you're supposed to store it, but it's been in there for about 5 years, so it's probably gone solid by now. I've used it in the past. The only problem is if you ever have to refurbish something that you've used Sugru on, you are SOL. That stuff does not like to come off. And also, it's not, so the blue tack in this case, and in the case of, you know, how Flatulent Gonad uses it, he uses it as a thing to temporarily hold something in place. And so to do that, I actually have stuff that'll do that. I have these bars of, it's like engravers love using this stuff. Where is it? It's actually in the bottom drawer of the drawer bin here. The one that I think somebody said was a piece of garbage earlier. It's a weird thing to say to somebody. But yeah, the stuff I have is used by engravers, like a gray putty. When you hit it with a heat gun just a little bit, you can just manipulate it. And yeah, watchmakers too. Yeah, Mr. Horologist probably has some. You just smack that thing into the putty and then it'll hold it. So if you put the putty in a vise and you smash the thing into it, and then you can tighten the vise when it all cools down and it'll all hold into place pretty nicely. And then it also comes off clean. Yeah, that's good stuff, but I never get an opportunity to use it. I never have to hold something down that far, that hard. That absolutely needs a diffuser on it. There's no getting around that. I mean, either a diffuser or like an LED from the side. But I don't have a lot of vertical space to use here. I mean, we basically would have that. And if I could get a piece of plastic over it, it would look pretty cool. The other thought is what if I get to the side of it? So let's take a look at this. This is the LCD of an alarm clock. And my brother, for a little while, had somebody fraudulently sending him Amazon stuff. And the Amazon stuff that was sent was done so that the seller could leave a review, a fake positive review of their product, and thus get ahead of the Amazon algorithm and get their product bought. So he was sent a whole bunch of stuff. A lot of the stuff went to his kids. Some of the stuff was too creepy, though, and this was part of it. This is part of a one-way glass alarm clock. Pretty fancy. I still got the glass over here. I've kind of ruined it. I would love to cut a piece of this glass to use on the keyboard as a little screen that the QMK screen would shine through. But yeah, this is like one-way glass, sort of, that was used in an alarm clock that had a camera behind it. Real shady bullshit. Ugh. But anyway, I took it apart, got rid of most of the stuff. Now I've got this here, which is interesting because it's a piece of acrylic with an LED on both sides and diffusion stuff. Typically, the diffusion stuff is, well, there's certain kinds of diffusion stuff, and some of it is lenticular lenses and things. Perhaps I could put an LED on this. Now, this one looks like it just has one singular color, but it looks like I can use the solder sucker to get under this. Can we? I don't want to work on top of my graphics card, you know? I want to work on top of my graphics card. Ugh. Let's see. It looks like the LED is molded into this, so I guess I'm going to use the solder sucker on it. We'll come over here into our little corner of work. We have our little area to work in. Okay. Oh, I should be charging my phone. Put that on a cradle. There you go. My doggy has a play date tomorrow. I gotta bring Willow over to a friend's house so they can run around. Dog's more popular than I am, which I guess is good. She doesn't like come in here and hang out anymore, though. I guess she doesn't like how I yell at the furniture all day. But like, she's so cute. Like, I want to get her on camera more. I guess my Discord is pretty much the Willow hub. I've been touching grass a lot lately, but it has not paid dividends yet. I think maybe in a month or two I'll start shedding a little bit of weight. And then I need to get serious about sleep and exercise. I need to bring those back into my life. I'm sick of looking at these ancient VODs where my eyes have practically sunk completely into my skull because I'm always tired. It's terrible. So I gotta fix that. It's not good. It's not a good scene. Positive steps will be made, whether forcefully or purely by accident. There we go. There's my diffuser. So this has got just like a sticker on the back, diffusing optic on the front, and LEDs that are they molded in, or are they're just in there? They're just part of the plastic. Oh, they're molded in and then they're glued in and then shaved. Look at that. So that's unique. What? What kind of weirdness are you talking? What are you talking about? Yeah, so it looks like the LED was glued in place and then machined, and the bottom of the material has been basically, well, it's scraped, right? They put that pattern in the bottom of the material. Is it in the top or the bottom? Well, both parts maybe, just to diffuse light into it. But I guess what I can do is try to cut that off and then put an LED on the end, but that's not really going to work out because these have a lot of vertical space on them. Look at how that lights up the whole thing suddenly. Huh. That's kind of cool. Whatever this thing is doing, it does it pretty nicely. I know, but that's like it's just like nothing. You know, it's like no, what I really need to do is trick myself into having the good habits. I did it last time. So like this is pretty good at diffusion, but it doesn't really it's not really that striking. Maybe I just 3D print something to go around this, and then I double-sided tape it down. I could use the nano tape to do that. That stuff is pretty sticky. And the nano tape is clear too, so if I can diffuse stuff, but the problem is the radius that I'm going to be able to achieve within the distance. The cone coming off of the LED is not all that large. And so if I put a diffusion piece right on top of it, it's not going to have that much ability to illuminate. I don't have like a section of clear, but it's like, you guys, the cameras are very sensitive to this stuff, but I'm seeing a little dot there. If I could just get that a little bit over top of it, it'll diffuse pretty nicely, but I don't think it'll get all the way out to the size of this thing. I don't need it to be a lot of light either, but if I do from the side, I guess the LED strip would be better from the side, and then I can do, no, listen. I need to illuminate this chamber without there being a point source of light. So the way that I did it with this one is by putting a 3D printed clear material up on top of 3 of the LEDs. And so I can just drop this in there, and then I have an illuminated platform that will illuminate the syringe, which is a weird sentence. But what I'm doing down here, I don't have room. If I want to do the minimal amount of room and the maximum amount of diffusion, I should probably use LED strip and put it around the perimeter and then have a 3D print that will tie everything together. The problem is I'm lifting these tubes very high up, and there's not a lot of vertical space for them to exist. Let's see here. Yeah, see, that's already pushing pretty far down on those. I guess if I have the tubes come in on the sides, that could possibly work. Okay, let's just throw this over here for now. You go over here for now. We're going to figure out where all these things are routing. I don't really have side room. This one might, but... yeah, that... not a whole lot of room in there. But if I do have this here, can I lift this at all? No. No, I think I'm SOL on this one. I don't think I'm able to do this. Unless I put like a clear plug up here and then put an LED behind it. That's not really going to do that. I think I can very small. If I can do the very small 3D print under this. Or I could just stick an LED like that and just have it sit like that. Do it from above. That doesn't really work. That doesn't really work. It doesn't really illuminate it properly. Actually, that's kind of annoying anyway. That's why I want to diffuse it. It needs to have a light on it. I mean, that's the bottom line. It needs to have a bottom. It needs to have a light under it. Scotch tape on the bottom panel. I think I have better stuff than Scotch tape. If anything, I could cut this up, but this is a little. It's white. I don't know. Hey, that's blanked off. Blanked off, I say. Let's see here. Let me think for a minute. Where's the LED strip? Let me go grab some of that, and we can play with that. Play with the LED strips. I guess I could have gotten one of the ones that had clear sidewalls, but I thought that would look bad. This one seems to be kind of tidy. Nice and tidy. Where did that reel of LEDs go? What did I do with it? Hello? LEDs, are you in here? I'm just digging through bins looking for the lights that I have. I don't know where they went. I got a lot of them. Just don't know where. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Here we are. Yeah, those the purse lights are something that I need to get back to looking at. Those little screens. All right, so I got this stuff, which is just LED strip, and they're pretty spaced out. Although this is rather bright compared to everything else. But if I put, I mean, 3 LEDs is a lot for this thing. What if we do one strip of 3, and we take a look at what that turns out to be like? So I need to cut that in half. So pins on both sides. Kind of treat these as disposable. These are a little bit disposable. Oops. Okay, 3 in and 3 out. Let's see here. Because what I can do is stick this down to the bottom, and then I can print something to go around it that'll kind of just fit into this thing. And I don't know, maybe I could do a bracket around this. Yeah, we'll figure that one out. Okay, we need to take this apart and desolder. They're the same thing. It's just this is much more compact on the side. So if I really want to, I could do like a big plate that would mount this thing and then have these 3 LEDs shining into the side of it. And that would also illuminate it pretty nicely. That may be the way that I go, although I don't know if I have the space to lift it up by that much. I could try. Might as well try. Might as well design something and then print it and have it be completely wrong. Might as well. Don't solder on top of acrylic. That seems too scratchy. I guess we'll just go back to our little exiled corner here. So the computer's pretty much finished. I mean, it's pretty much done. I don't have to do anything to it. This is just window dressing. We're just having fun. I needed a bit of a victory lap after not giving you guys any payoff yesterday. You know, streaming and media, it's all about the plot. It's all about plot. And sometimes, with the streams that I do, we don't get sort of a resolution of events. Because, oftentimes, I fail. We fail a lot on this show. We're not afraid of it. It's just part of the show. Fortunately, that gets you a little bit of a bumbling reputation. Everybody expects you're like a bumbling idiot when you do this stuff. And so people come in here all stentorian. Well, you know, you're supposed to do this. You have to do it this way. You have to do that. Blah, 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 blah. Number of times I've heard that and just simply done it my way anyway and have come out on top. They're rare, but I remember them very well. All right, so input is coming from this one. Oh, you can hear that bubble again. It's scraping its way around. 5 volts is up there, so this goes this way. Oops, no, it goes this way. There we go. Like that. Careful. Careful now. These are so close together that I'm afraid I'm gonna like short out one of them. I hate working this distance away. I can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, I just solder bridge to that whole thing. Solder bridge, activate. Ow! Burn my hand on a wire. Activate. Yeah, that's not good. That's not a good connection. How close can we actually view this on the microscope? We can get close. I think we can get close. It's going to be a weird view. Yeah. I know that solder blob. He's my friend. That's what I get from doing this so far away. Of course I know him. He's me. Ahsoka. There's a name I haven't heard in many years. All right, hold on. I have to actually like get heat into this. It's weird because it's ground plane. It's like instantly sapping away all of my heat. Now that looks not really passable, but it looks like I'm going to accept it anyway. And then on this side, because we need to do this just for testing, just to see what's going to go on here. What the? Hey. I told them theoretically I have a degree in physics. I smell hair burning. My head on fire? All right, come on. Where's this? You guys think I need to punch up my content and be a little bit more ADHD? shouty? Is it a little too quiet as I solder my way through a problem? Luckily, uploading all these VODs means I will at least have somewhat of proof, some proof that I actually do accomplish things on the stream. Because there's a lot of not accomplishing stuff that goes on, and with things organized in playlists, at least the 3.5 seconds of achievement that we get at the end of a project will be documented. Keep being yourself. All right, all right. My finger hurts from all the heat. That is barely soldered on. I don't like it, but we'll take it just because I can't maneuver my iron right now. I'm having a lot of trouble. Probably a pill for that. Damn it! What are you doing? Get back over there. Ah, damn it. Okay, that's all messed up. It's all messed up. Yeah, it's close enough. All right, that'll do for our testing. So now I can actually hook this thing up in line with, yeah, the input here. This nice little convenient setup right here. I wish these were a little bit more flexible though, if they were on silicon jacketed wire. No, that shouldn't do that. That should just be here. Okay, and then I don't know how many LEDs that Corsair thing thinks it's controlling. I don't know why it doesn't run into a bandwidth issue. So yeah, with a 3D printed thing under there, I could get pretty good illumination with just 3 LEDs. The question being is, could it fit? Would it fit in here? I could actually make like a little circle inside of a cube and put black PETG on the outside so there wouldn't be bleed. And I'd have this little circle of LEDs that could illuminate like a puck. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to design. So I need to figure out what the height of that's going to be. I'm going to get my wires in and out of it, and whether or not I need to like angle these tubes so that the top will fit. So at this height here, that's about, how high is that? I'm trying to like sneak something in there so I can test the lid. Yeah, that would really be pushing down on it, but it would fit. It does appear to fit. The tubes are not happy with me, but they are in there. I'm getting squished a little bit. Just double check. Hold on. I want to make sure that my numbers are correct. So that's sitting on top of the LEDs right now, and there's a little bit of space for it. I mean, it works. It can work. Okay, so that's, oh, you guys can see. Yeah, I'm just kind of lifting things up and seeing how the tubes crush. So, okay, if that works, then we're good to start designing stuff. And so the first step, whenever I use Fusion 360, is inevitably to go to, where are you guys going? Wait, hey, hello? Hey, stop moving. That's what I'm talking about with this camera setup. Everything like loosens up. This is like incomprehensible. Like somebody who just like enters my stream and just sees what this is, this whole computer project. It's like, just why did you do this? Why is it like this? And, you know, most of my reasoning is that I've been working on this computer for a while. Gonad hates Fusion and has banished it from his computer. Why? Look, the reason that I use Fusion 360 over FreeCAD, because the business practices of Autodesk cannot be ignored. They do some real shitty stuff. and they're sort of edging out the hobbyist, which is what we are. That's us. That's us. We should be totally negative about Fusion 360, and you know, to a degree I am. I'm trying to get it so that the lights don't reflect off of that plexiglass, and you can still see the details of the computer. But well, SolidWorks is Autodesk, isn't it? Whatever. Okay, let's go back to the computer here. We played around with this stuff enough. We have to do some 3D modeling. I use it because it's gorgeous. It looks really nice on camera, on the screen. Got tired of opening it to check for updates that take 45 minutes when all I want to do is check the way something is aligned or positioned, which would take less than 45 seconds. They've changed the update system. You do not have to update every single time now, but it will start auto-downloading it. That's the only problem. It'll auto-download it. All right, so we're designing something in Fusion. First thing we do is go to GrabCAD. I don't know what the thing was that I ordered. Hold on, I need to check out what the product name was from the thing that I bought. So I gotta search my orders for water. You guys don't get to see that, it's on the other screen. Water flow meter. We may have to measure this. It would have been nice if I could have replaced the like bottom panel with something that diffuses, and that way I could put the LEDs under there just regularly. But this will allow me to have like something that surrounds it and holds it in place. So water flow meter. Let's see if we can find that on GrabCAD. Why did it search? I thought I did .com. What month is the? You could just. The 111th month of 2023. Day 111. All right, so GrabCAD. GrabCAD is the front page of an industrial manufacturing site, but behind that front page is their library, and the library is they essentially went and bought the library, which was CAD designs that just are out there. People just, you know, make them for free, and if you use them, you can give people tips. You can tip the designer if you want. So you start from here, and you find just about everything. So this would be a flow meter. We're going to find all kinds of different things, from engineering to not engineering. It's not exactly Thingiverse. It's a little bit more engineer oriented, but you tend to find that's not quite the right thing, is it? So yeah, this is a little bit more difficult to find. But if you need like water cooling stuff, you can just do like G, or you can do like EKWV. Oops, I put a slash in there. That might affect it. EKWV, and then look, there's the FLT80, the reservoir that I have, which is how, well, actually, I had to make my own FLT80 for the CAD because it didn't exist at the time. But Autodesk lost their marbles over the years. They bought Eagle and then made it way less hobbyist oriented, and that was like, that pissed me off, man. It made me mad. I wish I had this cover for the Radeon, but that's significantly more expensive, so I'm not going to go and buy it. Yeah, unfortunately, there isn't that kind of water cooling flow meter. I don't think, unless I'm getting the keywords wrong. It might exist, but I would have to search specifically. We may have to just measure and make something. I'm going to use a bunch of expensive equipment to show that flow meters actually reduce your flow, not by a huge margin, but they're worse for your flow and not having one at all. I'd rather know that the water cooling setup is working, and the flow rate is not that big of a deal in water cooling a computer. Like, doesn't matter that it's a little slower. Cooler to have something spinning inside of it. The Julius Caesar pencil holder. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm finding what I need here. So I guess we'll have to just measure. We'll have to just use our words and our calipers in order to measure stuff. This is the previous thing. This is the syringe holder. I don't think we're going to need to use this. Geez, why don't you use... Why does it do ortho when you're viewing it like this? Like, there's this perfect setting. Perspective with ortho faces. So if I view it from the left, everything snaps in and now everything is equally scaled. But then if I come off of it, it comes off and does a perspective so that things look normal. Some people get used to stuff looking like this, where objects that are further away are larger. It's ridiculous. It's madness. How could you be used to this? What is wrong with your brain? Anyway. There. Looks much better. What did you find? God, I gotta cut and paste these things. Did you do flow meter as one word? Maybe that's it. You son of a bitch. I don't know if that... Well, 3 ports and a square. Yeah, I guess that is dimensionally Google image search. Ah. Is there a... Why am I not scrolling the right place? The new chat application is continually frustrating me, but it is better overall. What just happened? Weird. Huh. Wonder what that thing is. Interesting. Oh, it's a thermometer. I see. I don't know if I want to use this because I can just model the regular thing. I can just make that work on my own. I think I'm gonna just build it myself and then put a square on the bottom of it. So yeah, we're gonna start a new design, and this is gonna end up in my air-cool upgrades. So new design, start with a sketch, and our sketch is going to be on the ground plane. So now that we've started a sketch, we now measure squares. We make a square, we make a more different square, we set the height up a little bit, and then I make the chambers where the LEDs are going to sit. So that there will be a piece of black plastic that holds the whole frame together. That's where the LEDs are going to be. And then the flow meter on top of it, with a piece of clear printed, like a puck of printed material that will then do the diffuse the LEDs. Jeez, my brain is just not working today. Actually, you know what? Instead of designing the part, we're just going to design the cradle, right? We're just going to do that part because this part will be lifted up by it. And I don't want to design that whole piece and then lift it up. I want to design the thing that it's going to sit in. And this is such a simple shape that I think we should be able to do it just regularly. So let me get the calipers, the glorious calipers, and we'll just start measuring stuff. Because this will just be like a little base plate that this thing hooks into. I don't know how I'd want to attach things. It needs to basically be the height of the LEDs. So, brain not required. I'm not into braining today, yeah. Having a no brain day. So it's 45 by 45 millimeters. So we start with a square. Probably should do it from the center, but I'm going to do it this way. So 45 by 45. And so that is the size of our base plate. I do not know what the chamfer is on the outside. So that'll be our first dimension, but we need to hold this thing up, don't we? So this is actually going to be a dotted line, and it won't influence our solids. Instead, I need a center square. Well, I could use the offset, because I do have however much offset I need. I could make that like a 2 millimeter offset. And then I can offset it by like -1. So now we have a box. And if I make the outer diameter, well, if I take this and I do 0.2, I do an offset by 0.2. 0.2 is the difference between a loose fit and a press fit. this would probably become a press fit. And we'll do the chamfering in 3 dimensions when it comes time. Now, that would be just a hollow box. I don't want to give it a floor, actually. I don't want to give it a floor. And I probably will round this out a lot more. We also need an exit and an entrance, or just maybe an exit and an entrance. So I'm going to take a box, and I'm going to go up like this. Oh, I can't get over there. Okay, we'll do a 3-point box. Create rectangle, 3 points. And that'll go through basically everything. So I need to bring it from down here to here, and then just bring it over like that. And then I will give each of these, I don't know, what, like 2 millimeters? Oh, did that not attach? I hate it when it does this. And it didn't attach. You go there. Ah, there we go. Okay. Let me see. I don't want to like measure it perfectly. It doesn't need to be. And it could be a round hole for all I care. But I guess the wire exit does need, I'll measure it. I'm measuring wires here. I'll do my due diligence. It's 2 millimeters, so we'll make a 3 millimeter slot. So I'll do a, how do I want to do this? Maybe I'll just do it this way and then make this one 3 millimeter. So there's a slot for the wire to exit. We'll do the same thing down here. And I'll just make it 3 millimeters. Okay, other features that I need. I don't need any other features from this thing. I guess I can figure out how thick the LEDs are and do the interior as well. Well, actually, I could just do a circle for the base plate, and that needs to be a circle of 34.75 millimeter. I should have done the center circle for this then. We'll do a construction line from center to center. And then do 35 and 36. And that'll be the thing that diffuses all of the light. And it's just going to be a puck. It'll probably have support material inside of it, and that might actually make it look pretty interesting, to be honest. So I'm going to finish that sketch. There it is. That's our base plate. Look at it. It's beautiful. How thick is it going to be, Bother? I don't know. Maybe thick as a bowl of oatmeal. So I guess I could do a millimeter base plate. I really don't. It's pushing it. Height is very important here. So we have 5.5 millimeter height for the LED strip. So let's extrude something for the LED strip to hit against. So boop, 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 and boop. And that's going to be, see, this thing so far, it's pretty flimsy. 5.5. So that's the height of the LED strip right there. If I do, no, that doesn't quite work. Hold on. Just thinking. I'm going to need a millimeter on the underside of this, but then if that's what's supposed to attach it to the base, I'm going to need to use a very thin double-sided tape, because that's not really going to do the job. We'll do 2 layers of material. Yeah, right now I've got 3 bodies in play, which is kind of a no-no for this kind of thing. And actually, it should probably fit into place, the puck. So if I take this, what are my layer sizes? 0.4? No, it's 0.3. So 0.6 would be 2 layers. So now that doesn't quite cover. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go back on this. There we go. Let's extrude the base plate, 0.6. And then take the sidewalls, including this stuff, but not my cable exits. Oops. And extrude that, and we start at the body. So you need to give it, when you do this, you're basically adding material. I usually like to start it on like a surface of an object, so that if I adjust things, these steps will be done algorithmically to the adjusted pieces. So I could start extruding at an offset that's exactly where that thing starts. If I base it on the object, Fusion, when I change stuff in the past, will go back through the timeline and reapply those steps. So that goes 5.5 from there. And then on the very outer edge, which I'm not going to do an overhang. I could do an overhang, but I'm just going to take that very outer edge and start it from the object here. And I'm going to go like another 4 millimeter maybe, because that'll be a good little cradle for it. Actually, wait, I don't have the ability to go that far, do I? How thick is the glass until I get to the fitting? 5 millimeter. Okay, so that is going to barely be able to do it. In addition to that, I'm going to need to avoid the corners because there are screws in the corner. So right now, this would click onto that thing, and there would be big gaps on these surfaces here. Feels like I should have maybe. Are we overthinking? Could you just scuff the LED to diffuse it? Yeah, no. Well, I'm going to have to put the chamfers in there. What do we think the radius on those is? Let's just see what it looks like on the outside. It's usually a pretty even number for chamfers. So if I chamfer this, I'll bring it in a little bit. I think it's 3 millimeter. How do you measure that? How can I measure that? I could do some geometry and measure the outer edges. I get 54. Doesn't really work. It does look like a 3 millimeter chamfer. Maybe we'll just leave it at 3 millimeters and call it a day. So what I'm going to do, I'll do the inside, sorry, fillets first, which would be there and there. That's going to be a tough one to sell. There should be one here, but it's not there. All right, maybe we do a cutting operation on those. Don't know, not Control Z. We go back in the timeline to where I extruded these. That one's unaffected. This one I need to take here and here, and then here and here. We'll use these geometries to cut it out later. And then we go into this one, and we just give it that and that. It probably would have been better to start it from the other one. Radius from center of screw to edge. But it's not, the chamfers aren't based on the screws. The screws are their own thing. I think they're both 3 millimeter circles. They're offset from one another. So measuring corner to corner with a 3 millimeter, I don't know. I don't know if that's quite right. Anyway, let's fillet this all to 3 millimeters. So we'll take all these inside edges. I hope it preserves my shelf. I think it will. Yeah, beauty. Now if it was 4, you know what? I'm going to go with 4. I'm going to go with 4, and we'll just see if that's the right number. So then I take same tool, different edge. And we'll take that 4. Maybe that one should be 3. No, that doesn't work. Ah! 45 is outright. Yeah, take that one to a larger chamfer, and that way it all fits in. So far, so good. Now, I want to cut stuff out, and actually, I think I want to cut the circle out of the middle here, because then I'll have the 0.6 going up to the shelf. And this will actually stay, it looks like it will stay out of the way of the screws. If there's any luck to that. I think there's a millimeter there. Let me just check. Yeah, there's almost 2 millimeters. So that'll stay out of the way of the screws, and then I can just fit the other thing onto this, and this gap will be enough. So the next step, I suppose, can't unsee non-concentric radii. I don't know how I'd be able to do that. I'd have to do a calculation. It does look like it gets a little larger, doesn't it? Yeah, that is a little weird. But if I do them to the same, then they're just pushed out, and it doesn't quite look right. I wanted to keep that the same thickness throughout, and it's probably like 4.5 or something. Oh, that's even worse. Maybe like 5.5. It's some kind of weird geometry. There. I think that's better. Probably a calculation that I could do on that. Okay, let's see. So back to the sketch. That, this, and this. But if I do the thing going all the way around, I guess I could have, well, no, because the strip's not, I don't need that many LEDs inside of this thing. That's a lot of LEDs to go around this whole radius. I don't want this thing to be like a beacon. I just want it to illuminate a little bit. I'm going to keep the 2 holes just as an option. YouTubers have weird conversations. Oh, that's not going through everything, is it? Wait a minute, I still got a problem. Go back to the sketch. Now, when we go back into the sketch, you got to remember that we are now going back in time to before I extruded anything. So our timeline is rewound all the way to that initial sketch. That's why I want to do things in a particular order. So let's take this and let's just extend it so that we have a cutting tool to remove everything that we need removed. Although we're going to have to take that from only the top layer and not all of the layers. So yeah, I'm going to undo that extrude. No, not that. Control Z goes backwards in the order of actions, but I need to go back in the order of the timeline. So I am just going to, actually, well, I'm going to alter this step. So I'm not going to do this one. And then do another extrude. And then this time I'm going to hit, oh, did it not activate? E. There you go. You, and you. You, and you. I'm going to start from our base plate. Clip it. There we go. It's not going to look like this when the 3D printer's done with it. It'll be close, but it won't quite be this. And I guess I could bridge the top pieces over here, but I don't think the printer's going to do it properly. Ever use OpenSCAD? No. I don't know anything about it. I don't know. I've never used it. I cut my teeth on AutoCAD way back in the day. This isn't going to be very strong, is it? It's not really going to hold up all that well. I could leave one hole for wires. Yeah, I probably just need to do one hole and make it 6mm. All right, so because that'll be the entrance and the exit, because all the wires are going to be there, especially if I just wrap the LEDs around the circle. So one hole, and then I really should rewire all of these LEDs to have more flexible wire. That's a big hole. There's going to be light leaking out of it. All right, and then our second piece. So our sketch is going to be, this would be LED surround. And then a new sketch. Or no, we don't need a new sketch. Hold on. No, I shouldn't have done that. Delete. No, our bodies are what I need to rename, because that's how I organize the 3D prints. We make the 3D print files directly from these bodies. So this one be surround. and then we make a new extrusion from this sketch, from this body, and we leave it to press fit, and I make a new body, and I make it the distance to object, and I go all the way up to there. And we don't join. We have to remind it that it's a new body. So that'll go up to there. I may want to adjust that distance. I may not want it to be precisely up to there. I mean, that's 6.1. So why don't we just make it, well, to object is a nice easy thing. Let's just make it 6.1 or 6 millimeter. Why didn't it interpret it that? Why isn't it? Oh, Jesus. For some reason, it wasn't rendering it. 6. That puts it 0.1 below the plexiglass, so that'll have a little bit of a... OpenSCAD is also parametric? Okay. Yeah, I mean, this does its parametric stuff, I think. All right, so that's new body. We're good on that. And then my favorite menu of all is the appearance menu. And so I can do plastic, and we can just do opaque. Where's the opaque? Oh, Jesus. They've added a lot of stuff, huh? I hate how FR4 is counted as plastic. All right, we'll just do gloss black on the outside of this, even though that's way less visible in the CAD program. So maybe I need to just make it like matte red. And I'll just make that white. So yeah, that pretty much illustrates what this is going to be. And it's basically just there to diffuse light. I don't know how this is going to work. This might not work all that well, to be honest. I could potentially just like make that into like a rounded thing, or you know, alter the shape, make it like a cone in order to make it diffuse the light and spread it evenly. But I think it'll be fun and or funny if it just shines a light into the side and then you see the like grating material inside of it. Yeah, I think that would be fun. So that I need to print. I guess I have all my settings on this machine. So yeah, let's save as mesh. Don't change any of the settings. Click OK. It's going to be a 3MF, so this thing can't view it, I guess. It's fine. See users oh bother desktop temp prints. Save. Which one was that? That was that one. Now we go to body 2, which I'm going to call Puck. Puck. Hey, Pyro. Save as Mersh. So instead of floundering around to swap print colors, I am just going to print the surround and see whether or not that fits. Oh my God, where the hell is Prusa? Or Super Slicer? Is it here? Scans, something, screens, SMD, Super Slicer. Oh, good, it's still here. Thank goodness, you're unharmed. All right, gotta let that boot do its thing. There we go. Okay, and then the temp prints folder. Where did I put it? Probably easier if I just open the desktop with a thing. God, it's the most boring chat over on Twitch, or on YouTube rather, sorry. Twitch chat is at least moving a little bit. What's crazy is that 20 people viewed one of my videos, and I don't know why. I think it's because I had the Pico Pi right up there on the front of the page there. Let's see, temp prints should be here. Yep. And there's our stuff. So I want to print the surround first. What do I have loaded into the printer? Probably gray plastic from doing modular synthesizer stuff. Okay, what are we thinking about over here, bud? Yeah, I'll just do a print in gray and see what kind of things I need to do to this to make it work better. That's going to take 15 minutes. Well, I guess we're here for that. So let's go to the other camera that I'm going to now reposition in order to view the printer. Oh my God. Hold on. I need to go into the camera settings and do some stuff to this. I need to do some things. Dark things. Horrible things. Camera control. Do that. And then put the gain up a little bit. And then camera control. Focus comes out here. Hit apply. Hit OK. And hit OK. All right, now you guys can see stuff. All right, so let's get you guys in position here. Oh, my toes are asleep. Jeez. No rest. No rest for the weary. These things out of the way. There's a driver's license renewal is right there. It's not something that I want Twitch to see. Not in a million years. Can I lift you guys up any? Give you guys uppies? Just a little bit of uppies? I don't think I can. Actually, I could put you guys on. Oh, wait. Hold on. I got just the right thing. I forgot that I put a camera mount on the printer. There we go. Perfect. All right, printer's on. I probably need to reboot the whole thing because the Raspberry Pi's just been sitting. And I'll print this in gray. Card. Oh, jeez. All right. What do we got going on here? Looked like a basement for a second there. Yeah, I'm in the basement. I haven't been topside in a long time. Ew. That's my arm. Let's do Octoprint and see where we're at. Why is that loading constantly? I think because it needs to update. Octopi local. It's going to be like, it's been 1,000 years since you've printed anything. Can't believe I did login credentials for this. Shouldn't have done that. My refrigerator Pi is just like 123 is the password. Nobody can get into my little intranet except for the people that are driving by. We got them. We're in. I've been running this for a little while and it doesn't look like it's gathering bluebells, which is pretty nice. There's a couple little surface bubbles over, like cavitation it looks like, on the right side here. I don't know what that's all about. We need to talk about funding later. Mark it as read. Okay, let's see. So this thing, Clipper says it's standby. I'm gonna do BL touch down. Yeah, that's what I thought. I lost communication. So we're gonna reboot the whole thing. It looks like I probably need to update, but let's restart the whole system. War driving, yeah. We're gonna get this printing. I don't know if we have time to watch the whole 15-minute print. I don't know if I'm gonna draw it out. We could. It's just I've grass to touch and a puppy to walk. Let me hit reload. I'm gonna check around the corner to see if the puppy's there. I think she just went for a walkie. Yeah. Roommate took her out. Please wait for Octoprint. I thought you were here earlier. Were you here earlier? Why are you saying hi again? Octoprint server started, waiting for it to get ready. I'm gonna hit reload again. There it is. I gotta log in again. Oh, pain in the ass. Some people have their 3D printer able to just automatically start up, and I think I am at that point with trusting the printer. I just haven't set up any of the the stuff to make that happen. The Raspberry Pi is always powered on, but when I go and turn on the printer, the two just don't really like agree with each other. So I decide to just like reboot the whole system, just start over, and that way things work a little bit more smoothly. So Clipper says it's on standby, so it's definitely not. It's not connected at all. Connect. So that's actually connected. I BL touch down. Yep. And then BL touch back up. Okay, we're ready to go. So now I need to go do Super Slicer. And I need to... Why are you always thinking? This is very concerning, Super Slicer. What's going on? I need to send this over to the printer and start the print. Doot, 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 doot. Donk! Oh god, it just hit the wall. Doo doo doo. Dun 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 dun. You were not here earlier. Who was it then? Very similar mods to the Ender. I've actually printed, I got a massive 3D model of the entire printer, and I redesigned all of the attachment points. So all of the bracketry is now, except for the main, the vertical axis, hold the metal brackets that hold up the vertical axis. Those are still metal, but everything else is replaced with plastic. And so it's all the translucent blue filament, which you don't really see. I probably shouldn't have used translucent blue, but it was a nice color. Really, the translucentness doesn't really come through unless you put a light directly on it. I need to hide LEDs throughout the entire printer. Oh, and I still have all those rail covers. I should put those up. The next stage of the printer is that I want to use these motor controllers that I've bought on Shortlurker's recommendation. I bought these motor controllers, and I need to get into them to program them. And then what I'm going to do is use the blower motor of my old CPAP machine, a 3-phase silent blower motor, in order to run air to the nozzle. So it'll be able to cool the print as it's printing quietly. That's the important part. Quietly. It needs to be silent. All the other mods on this printer were designed specifically around quieting it down, hence the Noctua fan and all the other hullabaloo that I have going on, and the advanced motor drivers and the power supply and the singular 60mm fan in the base. No, 80mm? 80mm. No, that's a 60. It's got one 60mm fan that's pulling air out of the case, and the inlets for the air going into the case are on either side, but they're centered around where the hot stuff is, or was. I think there's enough airflow in there now that even though they're a little bit out of place, it's not my fault if it doesn't work. Yeah, I know. No, I think they'll work just fine. I think they'll be just the right thing. We're waiting for heat to get into the printer right now. So it's heating up the bed, and once the bed gets to temperature, then it'll start doing its... Well, the bed is it? Oh, no, the bed's just now getting there. Ew! Keep showing chat my pores. So that's the gantry leveling. And then it rehomes. And now it's going to do a bed leveling operation, which we actually do need to do. Typically, I probably don't need to do as much bed leveling as this thing does. It's a little much, a little extra. There's a script that I can do that'll only test it every 10th time you're printing, but I don't think that persists over a reboot. Ah! Give me the booger. Got it. Ha! Skills, skills, skills. Oh no! This happened again. Printer's firmware reported an error. Due to that error, the ongoing... It's probably a CAN bus timeout that happens every now and again. I don't really know what to do about that. Maybe there's an update to the software, but if I go to start it again, yeah, it'll probably be fine. Oops. That wire run is sagging a little bit, isn't it? I need to do something about that. Put like a spring on it or something. Clipper moment. It's a CAN bus moment. It's something about the CAN bus controller. Maybe it is Clipper. You're probably right. But it like times out because the bed leveling takes so long. It's one command for the bed leveling, and then it does that whole procedure, and it takes a little bit of time to do it. And apparently that makes a message timeout or something like that. At least that's most of my understanding of what's going on there. All right, it should start doing its procedure again now. This is only a 15-minute print, but it takes forever to do all this bed leveling stuff. I should have spooled this up ahead of time. Yeah, I think we might run out of time today. We may have to. I may have to just report back about how this thing is doing tomorrow, because it's going to take me probably another hour or two. What the rest of this build basically is going to be is whatever comes out of the printer here, I'm going to try to put the LEDs on it, and I will try to see how it fits to the main body of the thing and adjust it. And I'll adjust it by altering the sketches. Hey, look, it's OctoJ cheering 500 bits. OctoJ, how are you this day? Oh, sorry. I've been uploading my VODs, by the way, and I've gotten to see myself in 2021 and how absolutely busted tired I look. Somebody left like a 400-bit comment that was like, I love how you look fed up with everything. And I'm like, oh, no. Thank you for the 500 bits, OctoJ. You didn't couple it with a message that would get in my psyche. Why didn't your message show up on screen? What's going on? Oh, does this scene have chat on it? This scene doesn't have chat. Wait a minute. No, there it is. Why didn't it show up? Weird. Chat should be showing up here too. Although in this one, it's always there. That one works. This one works. Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to. Oh, god damn it! My chat isn't showing up. Okay, so had to redo your entire network. I have to do that at some point too. I have to take time to just redo my entire... Okay, so chat hasn't been showing up properly. Why is it broken? Fresh browser when scene becomes active. And then... I think I need to just like trigger it back into working. Yeah, I haven't had chat working all day, huh? Yeah, okay, so those are selected on that one. And then go to here and then do, yeah, there it is. There's chat. All right. Damn you. Yeah, mine is still 8070, so it doesn't really affect my streaming that much. It is affecting my uploading to YouTube, though. And I'm uploading my back catalog right now. It's taking forever. I basically have to, like, take the dog for a walk during uploads. Why isn't it sticking? Son of a bitch! I don't want to do this again. Why do you not... Nothing is happening here. What's going on? Oh, here we go. Now the filament's starting to come out. Just pains from it being shut down for so long. It's been a week or two since I've printed something. 1550? Holy shit. That'll be nice. Yeah, I need to redo all that stuff, get my stuff working again. And my internetwork speed is not that good, and I don't know why. So my friends have been like, we got to just like find a weekend when your roommates are gone and we can just shut everything down and start it up again. I know it's not. Why isn't it 1500? If you'll notice, the chat comments go away after a little bit, so we'll no longer have ancient, like somebody decides to put an animated emote in and it stays there for like a week. That won't happen anymore. (40/5). We get 80/70, which is enough to do what we need to do, but I really do need to get up to gigabit speeds. Oh yeah, mine doesn't. I'm wired, but my inter speeds. How do you test inter network speeds though? How do you do that? We used to just send a copy of Total Annihilation back and forth, which is a 500 megabyte game, and this is in the mid 2000s. we called it the TA mark. You just do it by the same way. Yeah, there you go. TA mark was funny because we'd be like, yo, throw me the copy of TA, and we transfer it to the other person over the network, and then you'd add a couple mods, and then you transfer it back. We had some weird games of TA. There was one where I was only going to use Pee-wees. I think they were Pee-wees. I think that's what it was called. It was like the most base little robot unit. And the friend of mine was actually defending against all the Pee-wees. And so there was this big, it was basically a football field map. And so I just kept sending them into their doom. And at some point, one of my drone like builder airplanes made its way over his whole power plant area and exploded. And we had one of the biggest explosions we've ever seen in Total Annihilation. The screen basically went and like jerked off of the entire view. But it was just because of a residual explosion from one of my worker drones getting annihilated. All right. Print's looking good, actually. That first layer is pretty nice. A couple little gaps in there, but it's actually, I don't know if my printer heals over time, if that's the thing that happened. Has my printer been healing? Looks like the bottom layer is just going to be one layer, which I guess is okay. You ever played Moon Project Earth 2150? No. I don't know what that is. Wait, I may have heard of that. I may have heard that name before. I also probably need to put an LED on the printer so that you can see what's going on. The remake of Super Mario RPGs tomorrow? I never got into Super Mario RPG. Never got into that game. I've heard great things. Seems like my doggie is still out on a walk. I wonder if she's doing social stuff. Getting to see other puppies. I don't hear anything. Huh. I've been really disappointed that Willa doesn't like to come down here. She likes quiet in the afternoon so she can take a nap. I'm yelling at the furniture. What are we printing? This is going to go around the flow meter and diffuse LEDs. Oh, look at TA clone, I see. Yeah, there was a Super Nintendo, a Nintendo Direct recently, right? I didn't hear anything coming out of that. Really? One of your favorite games. I guess I could stealth the wires for this too if I really want to. I could make a hole in the bottom where the wires would go, because there's a hole in the base plate, but I don't know about doing that. We'll try this for now and just see if it's good. This should be a 15-minute print. How long do we have in it? Oops. Oh, there it is. Looks like it offset. My clip of this thing offset. 8 minutes left. Why did it offset like that? Is it the file? No, they must have added some information to it. Here, let me take that down a little bit. There it is. It's gone steadily, but, you know, wait, takes a bit. Why is there green surrounding my browser window? Oh no, that's just it versus that's yellow actually. What the heck? Why is there yellow around it? That's weird. Just a border thing in Chrome that I just noticed. Or wait, is there something behind it that's green? No, it's got like a green border. I think because it needs to update. Look at that. You gotta... Oh, no, the border's gone. Wait, damn it. Clicked the wrong thing. There's like a green border around it. Maybe that was OBS doing that. I think OBS must have been doing that because this is the window that I'm capturing. Yeah, now it's got a border around it again. You guys won't be able to see it. But I guess that's just a thing that it does when it's capturing a particular window. But what if I go to this? Oh yeah, it shows that too. Okay. All right. Huh, weird. I guess I set it to, oh, there's the dog. Dog's back. I guess I set it to capture the window and not the web page. Oh my God, how long is this going to take? I'm bored. I got 5 minutes left. I'm going to do bathroom break. No, that's not it. Hold on, no, let's get that out of there. This one. And then... Whoa, what is that noise? Stretch your legs and hydrate. All right, yeah, I'm just going to put that up. I'll be right back. And you get silent BRB now because of copyright crap. I'm back. How are we doing? How much time do we have? 5 minutes. That was 6 minutes, 2 minutes ago. It's doing that little wiggly thing that it does on small perimeters so that it can create like a bridge between the two outer layers. You can hear it there. It makes this little chattering noise. I don't know what's chattering in that. That would be... Oh, I guess that's the plate moving. Oh no, that's this. It's this moving back and forth. Now, something in there is making a chattering noise. By all means, we should have created that shelf by now. It seems like... Oh no, that's right. We got to get up to like 5 millimeters on that. 5.5 millimeters. We still got a little bit to go on the larger outer wall. It's looking like a pretty good print though. Pretty textbook. Just how I like it. Nice and clean. I got a dust over there. Wait, I got reels missing in here. One more reel in there. What color are we putting in there? I'm going to be using black next. I have a variety of different types of black filament too. This one will be, get that one ready over there. Oh, this is probably the one that I should use then. I have very little of it left. That'll be enough for this though. We'll put the new reel over here. Get this one ready to go. No, this is the, what do you call it? What was this stuff called again? I upgraded to a different direct drive head. It was the latest one from whatever that British company is. And they have their super duper nozzle system. I forget what they're called. Hold on, I got a new one. I was in 3D printer mode a little while ago for the upgrades, and then I forgot everything. Revo. It's a Revo. And then this is something. I fucking forget. I don't remember the names of all this stuff. They've all got weird names. It's like medication names. I don't really need to let this get all the way finished, but it's going to print this pretty quickly, so I might as well just leave it for now. Yeah, it's the Revo hot end, and it's okay. It works. I have no complaints. It was not cheap. It wasn't cheap. Gonad is trying to get me to go to a larger nozzle size so it can print in like seconds, but I don't think I can deal with the ridges. My prints need to be gorgeous. But getting a fan on that thing will be really nice. I have not done that. Oh, there's the gong. This is a 4.4. Now, one thing we definitely have to do is let this thing cool down. This needs to cool down, or else I can damage my print bed getting it off. This print bed is actually a releasing material because there's exposed dots of glass and then the releasing material. PETG gets into the glass and sticks to the crystals. Problem with that being that when you peel it up early, it will tend to pull individual glass crystals. The heating and cooling cycle, as well as the sticking tendencies of PETG, will cause it to hold on for dear life. So there's a couple different strategies if you absolutely positively need your print. You can hit it with Windex, and Windex is I guess something about the cleaning material in Windex. It's not ammonia anymore. The Windex will get under that material and wick itself across and separate the two, in addition to evaporating and cooling the glass. When the glass cools to a certain extent, it changes size microscopically, and that will pop your print off. So if you print with PETG and you allow it to fully cool, your print will just fall off, which is why I'm tempted to put my whole printer at like a 45-degree angle or print upside down. And that way, when the print's ready to come off, it'll just fall. So we gotta wait. I just have to wait. We gotta wait until it cools enough. Need like an Octoprint overlay for stream. not all that useful, but it's something. And does that with PLA. Leave it to cool down by itself, and when you hear the satisfying release sound, yeah, I'll be working and I'll just hear crack, crunch. It's like, wow. Well, it doesn't have to rip up the glass bed. If you allow enough cooling time, it shouldn't rip up the glass. Although eventually it does. It takes, you know, you get a little bit of time, and then your glass starts to become weak enough. It is, after all, just a sheet of glass. It's not like it's not a super expensive meta material. But this stuff has done me really well. These last a long time. These the Creality, bespoke Creality bed with the special coating. Not very good on camera. It's okay on camera, but I did try one of those plastic sheets one time, but the PETG bonded to it. It just made it was terrible. This is awful. All right, I'm going to risk warping the part and scoosh it with some Windex, just because we're streaming and I'm trying to wrap up. That didn't do much. If I can get it to work itself under the... If I peel this up now, it's going to distort. Yeah, I got to wait. I just got to wait a little longer. Usually I like to let the two lines cross. It's really just a sheet of glass. It's not that special. I don't think it's borosilicate necessarily. Yeah, that's what, so my method here with the Windex, with the coated glass, is that I didn't do anything to prep for this print, and I can just keep printing and printing. So that's the way that I like to do things. Every now and again, the glass will go bad if I'm in too much of a rush. But usually this just means all I need to do is remove all the material from the printer, from the print bed, and then since there's Windex on it already, that's ready for the next print. All right, so let's see what we need to change. So the texture on this is, let's bring you guys in close. So you get that dotted sort of marquee style. Let's see if I did it right. Oh, it's a little big, actually. Wow, that's all kinds of too big. Huh? Wait a minute. It's like, that is way out of spec. Hold on a second. What the hell? What did I... Huh? That's super duper out of spec. Look at that. It's huge. What the hell? Okay, all right. I gotta remeasure this, I guess. What the... All right. Hold on. That was way out of spec. What the heck? We'll go back to the original sketch and mark out. I'm gonna measure this again with the calipers, because that was like 5 millimeters off. That was ridiculous. Okay, I got 40.9. And we made this 45. Oh yeah, so I was right about that. 41 by 41. Does that look all right? Yeah, so now I need to redo this. I can't believe that. Oh wait, but that size didn't change, did it? I don't think the LED strip's going to be able to fit through there. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Half a millimeter on each side should be good. There we go. That might not fit still, but at least it has a chance. All right, so now I export that surround, save it as mesh. We do the same dance again, only this time I am not going to show you guys the whole process because it's boring. So it's boring and repetitive at this point. Now we're just into the iterative design phase of this. So I do the same thing with Super Slicer. I got to get used to the start menu being all the way over here. Okay, same thing with Super Slicer. Go into 3D view, get rid of this thing, then go to folder, Temperints. Put that here. Is the slot the right size? Should be 6mm. Let me get some of the LED material and see. Some of the LED strip. Where is that stuff? Here it is. Test that. Yeah, that barely fits, which is kind of what I want. And see whether or not this collides. I don't want this thing to be obnoxiously bright, but it might be. Yeah, it fits pretty good. I should probably just make it a circle, shouldn't I? Well, it doesn't, I don't need all that plastic on the ends, so. All right. So I think this next print will be the one that works. I can't believe I measured this totally wrong. Let's see, so I bring this through its paces again. What's going on here? Oh, object outside of the print area. Why is it always thinking? It's bugging me. Slice. And then I think I'm going to print this one in black. So I'm going to actually just start the print, and then I'll swap out the filament as this thing goes. But I need to get heat into the nozzle first in order to retract that. So we just got to wait a second here. Wait for a little bit of heat. I think this is the best place for it. I have Octoprint open on 2 windows that are on my desktop, which is all the way over at the other side of the shop. I thought I could walk over here and see something with a temperature on it, but no. That's getting close. I'll give it another couple seconds, then I'll swap the filament out. And then I think I have to spool down because my corgi needs a walk. If you guys want to see Willow, you got to go on the Discord. She doesn't like to come into the shop anymore. She likes her quiet, and then in the afternoon everybody gets home. So I think the only times you guys are going to be seeing Willow in the future is when I'm home alone. Speaking of, Macaulay Culkin is going to get a star on the Hollywood walk thingy. Uh-oh, we've already started. You started without me. I need to purge the nozzle to get all the gray out. No! No, come back here. What was that click noise? I gotta let it settle to the middle without disturbing it. Kind of a hot swap situation here. Oh, you son of a bitch. All right. It's probably going to error out now. This dog hair stuck to it. Hey, bro, are you done with that one spot? It must have gotten a bunch of errors on that spot because I was affecting it. Milwaukee Culkin, it's true. Oh, Gonad, I was showing off all of my my strippers. So I got all these strippers here. I got these strippers with the eye on it. I got one of these. I don't know what infernal crap this thing is doing. There's a reason that was left in the toolkit when the guy died, where I got these tools from. I have this medieval fucking thing that doesn't work properly. I really dislike these. Grip, separate, and then it should let go, but it doesn't. I guess it does there. Yeah, they're absolutely terrible. These can be good for IDCs, the ones where the whole thing splits open, but yeah, these are awful. They probably need like a lot of adjustment. Maybe they work when you adjust absolutely everything to within an inch of its life, but we were doing a little bit of wiring, so I actually got this thing out. I was talking about how I actually saw a commercial for Nipex. I got a targeted ad, and it was for like, don't you dare touch my Nipex wire cutter, or like Nipex pliers. And I'm like, huh? Like, hey, wait, no, I am immune to propaganda. I'm immune to propaganda. I'm immune to propaganda. I am immune to propaganda. If you want to ask computer questions, try the Discord. You had a dream about crimping coax ends. You know, just as like how brutal and psychological school trauma is, it's very common to have the, oh no, I didn't study for this test dream. It's actually incredibly common. I'm gonna put the blue in these while we're sitting here. It seems like I'm not burdened with having to do the dog thing at the moment, so I can actually install some stuff into my printer while I'm sitting here. Another unadvisably hot swapped thing. Oh shit, this thing just settled in sideways and then it's stuck. Perfect. Okay, and then measure this out. Just doing a real bang-up job of it. Doing it real crappily. I should have measured that one because I need 4 of them. All I'm doing is just cutting them with wire cutters. They just keep dust from forming in the trays, in the tracks. Of course, Willow's probably going to find some of this plastic if I'm not careful about collecting it, and she'll chew it up and act totally innocent when I find her with it. Oh yeah, that's looking good. These are just bump stops, but they don't really work all that well. I should probably make something that attaches them a little better, but I don't really need this bump stop ever in the front. You guys didn't really see most of what I just did. Anxiety dreams all the time before a flight. Actually, speaking of, I have a... I do have a coax crimper right here. This one is made for not human hands. This is ridiculous. This one comes from, again, the dead guy, Glags. But it's this heavy-duty crimper. But there's no way to lock it shut, so it ended up in his crap tool pile. Looks like there's a pin you can put in there. Or is that just holding a spring? I don't know. No, that wasn't at you. That was at the person that asked earlier. Oh, you're actually talking about... Sorry, I thought you were answering that person's computer question. No. Total misunderstanding. What were you talking about? Super Slicer where you move the model and it hangs briefly. Was that? I don't think that's what was happening. Super Slicer is just getting used to being alive again. I think. See, I just have infinite loading, and I think maybe I just need to update it because it doesn't ever hang. This is very snappy. This is just, it just always has a thinking dialogue up. Stop it. Stop thinking so much. I didn't know you were talking specifically about Super Slicer. Sorry about that. My bad. That's on me. Ditch it. There's no more updates. Oh, man. I just got used to using Super Slicer. What is up with these people? I guess the alternative is what? Not main sail. That's not what it is. Oh, hell, Super Slicer. Can't wait for the dev to pick up the project again. I'm wondering if I need to make a circular track for the plug strip to go through. Because then it'll all be even distances. It'll look a little bit more consistent. But maybe the inconsistency is kind of what we're going for here. I'm going to be shooting a lot of light into a lot of clear PETG, and hopefully it'll bounce around and look nice. Prusa or Orca. I am kind of min-maxing, though. Although not impressive speeds, this was set up to function at full speed. Dev stated that from November onwards, he will work on it full-time? Oh. So maybe Super Slicer is good in a little bit. Print run? Well, it's very similar to Super Slicer. I hope they put in ironing. I want to iron stuff. Or no, not iron, topography, whatever that topor, the topographical ironing. Because if I do 1:24 scale RC car bodies, having it smoothed by the nozzle going over it in 3D would be really cool. Oh, looks like they got delivery. Yeah, Fatanon was my finger on the pulse of what was going on with 3D printing. And when I did all the upgrades to this printer, he tried to get me to go to main sail, but he got me to go to the Super Slicer at least. But you know, the printing that I do is very sort of engineering kind of printing. It's sort of like, here's a shape, make the shape. I don't care how long it takes. Do the shape, give me the shape. I'm more concerned about the shape. That's all I really care about. I don't need you to do anything fancy. You're not printing out like a giant, like Goku pissing in a sink. I don't need that. It's just, you know, I don't do the little models, the little upskirt models that all the anime freaks have. I don't do that. We do engineering prints here. Brackets. 90% of my prints are brackets. This is even a bracket. This is essentially a bracket when you boil it down. That's all I do is brackets. Brackets, brackets, brackets. When I'm done this bracket, I'm going to move on to another bracket. Brackets within brackets. All right. I think I'm going to end. I'm going to end the stream because all I'm doing is iterative design now. I know that's not very satisfying to go through. How much time do we have on this? Maybe Octoprint can make a tearful plea to have me continue the stream for another 6 minutes. All right, we can do 6 minutes. We'll do 6 minutes. You guys will get a brief window into the hellscape that is iterative design. This is like, if I was doing this would be the perfect time for me to upload a bunch of YouTube videos. Whoa! Upload a bunch of YouTube videos. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah, my old set of wire strippers is what I keep by the printer for cutting filament and stuff. What's the layer height used for these parts? Nozzle diameter is 0.4. The layer height is, I think it's 0.3. Let me go back to Super Slicer. I'm getting used to having the start menu in the other location because I'm looking at all of my well, on the precipice of it being post-pandemic. I think that went to 22, didn't it? So my 2021 videos, I've got a start menu sitting at the bottom of the screen, and it's irritating me looking at it on camera. So I'm just getting used to not having a. Oh, I can't change the icon won't change. Okay, just getting used to that. We are doing infill of 18, and then our print settings. 0.3 for the base, 0.2 for the first layer. So we're doing in 0.3s. So when I make a part a millimeter thick, that's actually just going to be typically 3 layers of filament. We did 0.6, so I guess that is 2 layers on the base plate. It might have actually rounded it down. I'm not sure. Oh, I keep going to that. I gotta re-aim the microscope so it's not pointing at my arm every time I click that thing. There. Look at some nice RGB LEDs. See, I want it to look kind of like that, because that's a cool look. I don't know if it's going to really look like that. Is that? Oh no, it's light from these LEDs. Okay, I thought the light was coming through the side there. I have not gotten any bubbles in the system. I wonder if when it heats up, if it'll generate bubbles or not. It might be that I've finally solved my venturi problems. Of course, I gotta lug this computer back over to my desk and plug it in again. I made it pretty simple to plug in and out, though. I have a USB-C hub that has all the USB stuff on it. So I just plug in that one USB-C hub to the back of the computer, the 2 monitors, the Ethernet, and power, and I'm good to go because my audio is off of USB. So I don't have to undo or redo a lot of stuff. It's practically a dock. A hickory dickory dock, if you will. All right, we're almost there. I guess I'll keep Octoprint the way it is just until this finishes, just so that we know. But I've got the timer over here. Where did that window go? Octoprint open, and it's got 2 minutes left on it. So I can't feasibly, I shouldn't stop my stream with 2 minutes left in a print. We're gonna let this print. We're gonna wait for it to cool, and then we'll test fit it, and then that'll be it. And then I have to end the stream. But in the background, I will be doing all of the little adjustments and stuff. You know what? I don't know what that tune means. That's one that you probably look it up and you're like, oh, it's the plague. Or, oh, it has to do with like something horrible. They always do. They're always like terrible. Maybe it has to do with the plague from Hackers, the movie. You guys can't really see it, but I'm fitting these little protector thingies into the troughs of the beams of this printer right now. Oh, that barely needs any lopped off from it. I could get a better view of this, I guess. Oh, I can't install this one without bending it, because I guess it's got to be a little shorter than this. A little shorter, little lurker. There you go. I'll have to outfit the rest of those later. This thing is very close to finishing, but oh, let's see. What are we talking about over here? The rhyme's thought to have been based on the astronomical clock at Exeter Cathedral. Clock has a small hole in the door below the face for the resident cat to hunt mice. Well, that was a lot cooler than I thought it would be. That's a lot more information. It wasn't horrible. It didn't have anything to do with the plague. Such fun times. An astronomical clock at a cathedral I used to work at. Oh, that's cool. All right, so now comes the phase where we have to wait for it to cool. This is the part that's dumb and annoying, and I would like one day to build a water-cooled 3D printer that has the ability to cool itself, cool the bed with a water loop. I think that would be really cool. Huh. Well, for some reason I'm thinking of those really complicated German clocks where people like dance and all the little marionettes run around and all that shit. What are those called? How long did we wait on the previous one? It was excruciating because I'm trying to keep stuff going on stream. It's tough because, like, you know, I'm not streaming games here. I probably should, but I'm not. With games, you have this nice pacing thing that they do with that. When you're doing projects like this, things tend to kind of linger. So I should probably do what Gonad does and have like a bunch of stuff going on at once. You know, I could be playing My Summer Car while 3D printing. I do like to concentrate on work, though, to be honest. All right, ready to force the issue? Usually it's just a little bit of a twist, but I don't want to distort the part. It's still very hot. A bit of it broke off on the corner, but I'll just let it sit for a minute or two. So this is like super rushed because you guys are here. 6 things. I can't handle that. No, I don't have that because that'll end up breaking my bed. This is an important thing. This is I don't want to ruin. This is a $35 piece of glass. I want to preserve it a little bit. Eventually, they do go bad just because of the temperatures that I'm printing at. It's not good for materials like this, but these seem to be much longer lasting than just a glass plate because they have a little bit of release material. What I would do is the print that Short Lurker linked me to a long time ago. Why am I doing that? Short Lurker linked me a while back, which was a boxing glove that just punches the print off of the bed. What I really should do is just have the whole printer vertical, and then when the part is cool enough, it'll just drop. Yeah, I need to have jungle music and 4 printers going. Oh, like a glove. That's less of a press fit than I thought it would be. Beautiful. And then we can put the test LEDs inside of it. This is all while it's active, which is a little awkward. Of course, the computer isn't even on. I'm just doing this with the pump running. Oh, that'll be pretty cool. Like a portal. It's what powers the computer. It looks a lot better. It looks a lot better in person than on camera. All of these, what was wrong with the gray? We had a bad dimension. That's what iterative design is all about. Just a bad dimension. This is 5 millimeters too large. So yeah, I'm going to play around with that a little bit. I'll add an LED strip to it. Then I need to make like a bracket that holds these in, but this is actually pretty tall. Let me check this with the height of the top. I may need to reconfigure it so the tubes come out of the side at an angle. I got to make this work by Sunday. It's Thursday. Maybe we'll spend a little time on it Friday. No, that can work. It's just a little awkward. A little awkward, but it does close. Yeah, it'll work. It's just it's pressing down on these a little bit. So we'll work on this tomorrow, and we will print brackets that fit the little reservoirs and kind of clip onto them so that it can hold this whole thing up. The LED thing is just going to be, it's just going to sit in the LED thing. So, alrighty, here's that leg of the journey. We're almost there. No, I don't want external parts because this has to travel. I have to bring this to my friend's house and back. So having parts that are, I might make that thing like a flat piece with a thing. That way, no, you know what? I want the hexagons inside of it. Okay, yeah. Here is my end card, if I can figure out where the hell I'm typing this. We don't really have a Nightbot in YouTube right now, but put all the heating and water and AC pipes on the outside. It's bizarre. I like stuff like that. I think that seems like an interesting building. I'll have to look it up when I'm done here. But here's the end card. If you guys are interested in social media, I posted a picture of Willow. I posted a picture of my cute puppy. It was a long time since I had posted the last picture of Willow, and I got a particularly cute one. But anyway, I will be back tomorrow. We're going to be streaming again tomorrow because that's my schedule. We got to finish this PC before the weekend. It's almost done. I've gotten most of the boo-bills out, so I will be able to finish the print. And I might design that clip for the two distribution manifolds on my own, because at that point we can move on to other stuff. I want to move on and do some new stuff. Burn the subs is basically going to be, actually it's going to be exactly what we were doing today. Measuring stuff, fitting water cooling stuff. Okay, so maybe there's not going to be that much variety in projects. But anyway, we'll do our best. And I will see you guys tomorrow if you can be asked to turn on the channel again. Until then, have a good one. And I bid you, what was the name of the place? Pompidou? I don't know. Pompidou, yeah, I bid you Pompidou, whatever that means, and hopefully it's not insulting.